Yo, test. Yo, apologies. Yeah, of all places, I was just on Jupiter's channel. In fact, yeah, I'm still kind of listening in. M Stacks is over there now. Big up to Irish Flame first. Yeah, so I'm gonna let maybe maybe I'll share the audio. I should probably ask Jupiter, but big up to Jem Wallace. Big up to Nas. I'll call the hangout in a bit. Big up to Adi, big up to Saruman the White. Yeah, M Stacks is asking Jada Franson questions over on Jupiter's channel of all places. So if you want to go on here, M Stacks. Now I'm gonna say go over there. And maybe say like I came in from TOITN or something. I don't know, because I don't want to take Jupiter's viewers. It's a bit of a general, but big up to H Case, big up TY. Nemesis Prime says make it a long stream, please. I'll try to, but if anyone heard me at the end of the stream yesterday, fucking hell. Big up to Mad Dunya and who else is on the stream? Real Guy. Fucking hell, that's some hard work last night. But yeah, Jupiter's channel. Let me copy the link. So that's the video. You lot can go and check it out. Big up to Asif. Let me listen in and see what's going on over there. 2 secs. Oh shit. Asif says stop doing late streams. Big up to TNTS Greek. Yeah man, original panel hopping business. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually know how long Jada Francis is going to be on, but let me get it up for you lot, man. I'll get the audio up anyway.
Testament all you like, but Christ was the new covenant, and Christ brought with him love, forgiveness, compassion. And so, you know, as much as a lot of Muslims try and ignore the whole abrogation principle of the Quran, you can't dispute the fact that there was a new coming, a new savior, and a new covenant, and that is it. That's what Christianity is. If anybody just sticks to the Old Testament, doesn't believe in the New Testament, then they're not Christians.
Yo, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not going to play the full thing, but on that note, yeah, Jay just got some interesting thoughts. So she basically told Shia Issa that he weren't Muslim. That was interesting. What else? And she believes that Muslims like Anjem Chowdhury, etc., are honest. I think she said. I don't know, but Shia Issa had a little attempt, and I think M Stacks is over there trying to reason as well. Yeah, it's still going on. Don't provoke the evils. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But you know what it is? If people are up for discussions, then I suppose you can't hold it against people who facilitate open discussion. But I could have probably jumped on and like, to be fair, I don't even know that much about Jada Franson, so I was going to ask some questions about Britain First, but then she's not a member of Britain First anymore. But yeah, got some interesting questions nevertheless. She seems a little bit torn over like she said she's ethno-nationalist, but she lives in Northern Ireland, and she seems to appreciate that it's very complex and she doesn't want to get involved, which is kind of all right. But yeah, and there was a follow-up question from someone on the panel called Betty, who grew up in Glasgow, I think, and like she used to throw eggs at the Orange Parade when it came through town and shit, and she was sort of saying to Jada, like, how did you go from being like an Irish Catholic to being like pro-English nationalist? And now, when you live in Northern Ireland, you're not a loyalist. And for those who don't know, like most, wait there, Irish Flame is saying she's involved. Lol. All right, that's an interesting one. Well, do you know what? Someone good to have had on that panel would have been Pat. Pat knows a lot more of the like nuance around the troubles and the politics and stuff. Oh, sorry, I'm just listening in. Big John is talking at the moment.
With women and stuff like that. So I suggested you, and obviously I've talked to you. We want to talk to other women as well, and I'm a big believer.
I don't know what's happening over there at the moment. I was keeping an ear out for Reactionary, because I think Reactionary was going to jump on. But don't know where he is. They got a fake Ralph on. A fake Ralph got on there and started playing Shia Kafa Shia. Our Reactionary's trying to get on in the chat now. Yeah, if anyone knows where Shia Issa is, send him over. Oh no.
Be in touch with you, Jada, because I'd love to do another stream, maybe in a couple of weeks or a month or so, or when you feel like
Braden
it.
Just turned up as
just
well.
text me and ask, because we need to keep this up. We need to keep the momentum up and the debate up, and the more that
they should get
we get talking, and the more that people talk to us,
should really get Reactionary on.
From all spectrums of the right, the more they've got an understanding, and the more they can see that we really are all just human beings at the end of the day, with our own concerns and issues, and solutions are what we want. So, yeah, a big up, lady. You did well. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me on. And I just want to say, I know these chats are really good, but there was another fella actually who spoke a lot of sense. He was asking me about bringing together Ethno and
that would be me.
Sects, and he was talking about voting Labour. I really enjoyed speaking to him. I think for me, they're coming to.
Do you hear that, people?
Into something. So I think it's important that we all do connect, but it's also important that we take that forward, because we can sort of talk in. What we don't want to do is form an echo chamber where we're just all. We won't agree on absolutely everything, but we're all on sort of similar points. But we've got to try and translate that into some sort of positive action, and that's what. Really, without the constricts of being involved in any movement now, I've been really working with a lot of people across the spectrum behind the scenes. So I think we need to move that forward. So if there are people that are like-minded, let's not just talk in our echo chambers, but let's actually start actually making our voices heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that? I'm in there. Ladies and gents. That was a good conversation still. She answered fairly honestly. But if I was a Muslim, I don't think I'd have gotten the same response, put it that way. So, yeah, interesting. Who's Curry? Someone else has got on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I got a question, Jada, for you. Why don't you do something about the English grooming gangs? I just want to put that.
It's getting techie.
Yeah, this is failed experiment is a known trial.
No, I'm just asking you what you're going to do about it.
I'm not aware. I mean, there are certainly paedophiles in every race, and there's a big problem within the Catholic. I'm a Catholic, right? There's a big problem within the Catholic Church. I mean, if you're asking what would I do, I'd hang them. Like, actually,
do you believe in the death penalty?
Do I believe in the death penalty?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Curry, before you go, English grooming gangs, you said. Right now, do you know the difference? There are English groomers, and there was some in Bolton last year, 6 lads, and I called for them out on stream that I wanted them, and I wanted to hound them. And you know what? Their own local communities hounded them out, and these guys are not seen now. But predominantly, the Englishmen don't use the taxi ranks, the kebab houses, the cousins of brothers, the dads. They don't run like that. The English paedophile don't run like that. The average English
It's not so much a gang, is it, John? You know, it's rather than individuals, which is still disgusting. I still hang them.
Of course, yeah, of course.
I keep the chair myself as well. I'd hang them and go to sleep very easily.
Bible. You go against the Bible laws, and you.
What law am I going against?
You're doing democracy is going against the Bible, isn't it?
Democracy?
Yes.
In how so?
Also in the capital punishment, the legal system, the governance, everything.
No.
Yes, because
No.
the Bible has death penalty there, and you don't have it there. You have taken it away, saying this, and transgenders, everything's.
Oh, are you talking about me or the government? Like, because
the government.
I don't support transgender and removing the death penalty. I don't support all of that. I thought you were talking about me. Like, I don't support that. I'm a traditional Christian. I believe in those. I believe in hardline principles. But look, ultimately, it doesn't have to be Sharia. Like we're.
So you're against gay people, yes?
I don't agree with homosexuality. My views on homosexuality are that of the Bible, which a man should be with a woman should be with a man. I certainly don't agree with gay marriage. And I really am against the shoving of all of these principles, like LGBTQ down everyone's throat, like pride all the time and all of that. I support the Muslims that were campaigning outside the school in Birmingham, who were campaigning against the teaching about homosexuality. I support them. I don't think our children should be exposed to that at all. I mean, I am against it.
Yeah. Thank you for your honest feedback. That's all.
Okay, Phil. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mad thing. Big up to Failed for getting on. Queen J said Sophia is in the chat all comfortable. Oh wait, you can't hear.
She was prepared to accept from people, and how far she was willing to accept bad behaviour. So she was quite happy. She knew that there was going to be some people, especially from the Islamic community, that would come on and be angry.
Someone needs to bring in reactionary, man.
Of Speaker's Corner. So it's not to bring them on and abuse her. She was well aware that some of them could have been nasty. But to be fair, I don't even think the trolls were that bad today.
No, I thought they were fine. It wasn't really anyone that I felt was overtly hostile or abusive. I think they were fine. I'm happy to speak to anyone. Like that last chap, I probably could have spoken to him. We probably would have agreed on a lot of stuff by the sounds of it.
Hello, lads.
Okay, who's this?
Could you let Mad Dunya and Reactionary in, please? I think they want to speak.
Let Mad Dunya in, yeah?
I'm not going to let Mad Dunya in because he is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they're looking at React, I think they're called.
Let Reactionary in. Let him in.
Reactionary, please. Thank you.
Let him in.
Yeah.
We got Miss Gadite.
Come on then, there's got to be on it.
Last one.
Save the best till last.
It's funny because they're all coming in. There's loads of coming in now. Where is Reactionary? I don't know. I think he's going to be a troll. Go ahead, React. React, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello there.
Get your
Thanks for having
popcorn.
me on.
Get your popcorn out.
First time, and welcome, Jada.
Thank you.
So, what are you doing in Ireland, may I ask?
I live here at the moment. I was sued in England and I lost my house there. So I came to Northern Ireland, which was pretty much when I was released from prison, which was the only place I really had to go. And I've sort of settled here and I'm living here. So it's in Northern Ireland. So
Is it your family home or something? Is that...
No.
Okay.
I actually don't have any family in Northern Ireland, but I have friends and obviously political contacts.
Okay, all right, so that explains that. What do you think of Tommy Robinson?
I'm not a fan. Ask me maybe something a bit more specific.
Okay, what are you not a fan about?
I think when I say I'm not a fan, there are lots that I disagree with, and we would be very our ideology would be very different. We'd have very different views on most issues, ranging from Christianity. I think to shorten that answer, probably the only thing that we agree on is Islam. We don't agree on multiculturalism, immigration, Christianity, LGBT, Zionism. We don't agree on any of that stuff. The only thing I think we see eye to eye on is Islam, but for probably very different reasons as well.
What's your issue with Islam?
That it's not compatible with Western values.
Your values are Christian values, you just mentioned.
Yeah.
How are they different to Islamic values?
The main principle of Christianity, of the New Testament, the New Covenant of Christ, is peace and love and forgiveness. And the main principle of Islam is domination by means of force. And so they clash.
You know what the word Islam means in Arabic?
Don't tell me it means peace, will you?
Well, it does. And the greeting,
it means to submit.
Basic greeting of every Muslim is peace.
It's assalamu alaikum. It's not Islam.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, assalamu alaikum is peace be upon you.
Yeah. Well, it's not Islam, is it? If Islam means peace, that word, if it means peace, not submission, which is what it means, but if it meant peace, then all you would need to say when you see each other is Islam, not assalamu alaikum.
Well, yeah, it comes from the same root word. It's three characters. Yeah. So, but in terms of the, what's lawful and what's not allowed, very similar in their principles. Not sure why you have such a big problem with Islam.
Well, look, I actually don't disagree that there are a lot of principles, because you have to understand the Quran was basically cherry picked from the Bible. So if you look at the scriptures, there are I'm not going to say parallels, but there are crossovers, because it's a cherry picking of the pre-existing Abrahamic God Christianity scriptures. So there are going to be crossovers there, but I think my main contention with the ideology is that first and foremost, the principle of world domination obviously clashes with my intention and my principle of spreading the gospel and bringing people to Christ. So in a very fundamental example, that they clash. You can't have both. But it doesn't. It's not compatible. Islam. I mean, I'm assuming you're Muslim, but Islam is not compatible with Western values. And most honest Muslims that I speak to will say, "Yeah, it's not. We don't like Western values. We don't agree with them. We don't want them." So, are you saying they're being dishonest, or are you being slightly not dishonest?
I think there's a misrepresentation. Most Western values are derived from Islamic principles. The rule of law, for example. The principle of being innocent until proven guilty. Things that we take for granted in our society today.
They weren't derived from Islamic principles. Those were derived from Christian principles.
They were, well, some say it came from the East during the Ottoman Empire.
But the Ottoman Empire was
and prior to that, with the Enlightenment.
If you look at time-wise, then it's not feasible for it to have come from an ideology that was created, hundreds of years down the line. Because those principles pre-existed, right, in the Christian scriptures. So then to attribute them to Islam is like someone now creating an ideology that basically mimics the Islamic scriptures and calls it, I don't know, John Lawrenceism, and says that John Lawrenceism is responsible for the values of the West, or is aligned, is the instigator. It doesn't really make sense.
Well, you had the Enlightenment period, because prior to that, although you had Christianity, people weren't able to read the Bible. They weren't able to apply the laws of God practically. In the Islamic world, and there was trade between the Islamic world and the Christian world and so forth, and a lot of translation of books and so forth. People took what they learned in the Islamic world and brought it to the West. some of those principles are.
Yo, Ansar Tawhid said, am I doing my own show? Yeah, man. I'm going to probably lock it off after Reactionaries jumped off. So, yeah.
Century. A woman was inherited as property.
Yeah.
Islamically, from the time of the Prophet Muhammad, like over 1400 years ago, peace be upon him, Islam introduced the right for women to choose who they wanted to marry. They were independent. They weren't inherited as property if the husband died. So Islam brought a huge amount of freedom to the world. Sorry?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to distinguish what you said. So if the husband died, they weren't inherited as property by, say, the brother, which is like the Old Testament. Yeah. So, but so do you agree with divorce?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, a woman has a right to divorce her husband if she has the grounds to request it.
Right. So do you believe in just the grounds? Because obviously there are very specific circumstances that are referred to in the Bible. Do you believe that only on very specific grounds divorce is permitted, or are you just in support of like people's freedom of choice?
Like if I'm married and my wife wants to divorce me just because she fancies somebody else, that isn't necessarily a good thing if it's going to cause the breakup of the household and the kids, and a broken family will be the result of that. So not everybody's desire for a divorce should be granted. But if it's the case where she genuinely cannot live with me, she can't stand being around me, she can't stand how I look, how I smell, how I feel, then there's no choice but to get granted a divorce if she really insists on it.
Do you actually believe, because as a Christian, do you actually believe that divorce, do you believe in it? Right, so as a concept, because marriage is supposed to be the joining, the union of one man and one woman before God eternally. And therefore, divorce is not, so for example, I'm Catholic, divorce is not acknowledged. Obviously a lot of religions now have become westernized, which I don't like. I don't like this, aberration. Everybody's recreating the scriptures and saying that this isn't modern enough. I actually don't support that. But do you recognize that? Are you Muslim?
Yes.
You are. Okay. So is it, not when I say you, maybe not you, but Islam in general? I mean, is it okay to take a divorced woman and marry her? Could she then be married in the same ceremony? I can't remember what your ceremony is called, but could she then be married in the same ceremony to the second husband? Or is it like once married, always married, not getting married in a mosque again? Have to be a civil wedding?
No, you can remarry. It's a praiseworthy thing to do. Even the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was married to divorced women.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is what I'm getting at. So this is another issue where I would say that Islamic doctrine and Islamic principles, you may say, have influenced the West. They certainly haven't advanced it, in my opinion. I'm against divorce. Look, I'm not judging anyone. I've got a lot of friends who are divorced, so I'm not judging anyone. I know stuff happens, and it's very normalized in this culture. Same as abortion, same as gay marriage. It's all normalized, so people these days just think that it's okay. I'm against it. I think if you're, again, that principle doesn't predate Christianity, because it can't. It didn't exist. But if that was something that you're claiming Islam brought to the West, I wouldn't say that it's particularly good.
Well, it gives the woman a right to divorce if she's in a situation that is not good for her. She's not trapped.
I'm not necessarily talking about the right to divorce, because as you said, the right to divorce actually only came very recently, in terms of legislation and rights, civil rights wise, human rights. But the fact that you said it's praised and it has to be endorsed because Muhammad engaged in it, right? And everyone is told to emulate the Prophet. This is my point, is that there are certain elements of Islam or Islamic culture that we can say, yeah, that was brought to the West, but I wouldn't celebrate them. That's where I would say there's a clash of culture. The clash of culture being the promotion of divorce.
Yeah, I see where you're going. I wouldn't agree though, because it doesn't encourage, Islam doesn't encourage divorce. It's one of the most disliked things. What I said was encouraged is marrying women who are divorced, not leaving them to be sort of left behind in society. That's what's praiseworthy.
Yeah, I understand. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because you can't marry a divorced woman if divorce is not permitted. I mean, technically, the church that I belong to doesn't acknowledge divorce. Like, it doesn't. It's not a thing. You're married forever. That's it. And there are a lot of Christians that believe that, and that is harsh because stuff happens in relationships, and you can get to the point where you literally can't stand the person that you're looking at, and it must be very difficult for Christians in that. So
can I ask you something else then, Jada? Like, what's your message? What are you about?
Maybe what do you want? Like a broad statement of what I stand for?
I think from what I understood, in the past you were with Britain First.
Yeah.
Now you're not.
No.
But you seem to have some purpose, some sort of pursuit.
Yeah.
What are you pushing for? Are you a member of another group, or
no?
Is there something you'd like to achieve in society? What are your goals now?
Certainly. I mean, I think at the moment I'm really focusing on I'm doing a lot of work in the background with different groups, not previously been involved with. And I think at this stage, like, long gone are the days, I said this earlier, long gone are the days where I feel the need to reach people. I can't reach people on social media anyway because I'm banned, but stand in the streets and hoot and holler about Islam not being compatible with this. And, people obviously want to talk to me about Islam because I was talking about it for a long time. But for me, and we touched on this earlier with another caller, is what my goal is to bring our people back to our values and the protection of our people. I think we're under attack, basically. Like, white Brits, white Europeans are under attack. Our culture's under attack. Our heritage, everything is just being eroded. It's being rewritten. There you go. It's being rewritten. We're being demonized, and the country's being played. We're all being played. Islam is used actually as a very good distraction for people to hoot and holler in the street because everyone's scared, right? Everyone sees all this shit going on and they don't know what's causing it. So they stand in the street and they're just blaming Islam, 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 Islam. And actually, it's not all Islam. Yes, there are aspects of Islam in the UK that have caused atrocities, right? But that is not the fundamental issue because we haven't been invaded. We've invited in all of these external issues, and it's the establishment, and the establishment's turning us all against each other. I mean, whites against blacks, black kids against black kids, gang culture, everything that I've spoken about this evening. That's what I want to bring our people away from. Bring us away from that. And ultimately save our people. I think the way to do that is to have a moral compass, a uniting element, which I believe is Christianity. But I think we can come together.
All right. Thanks for having me on. I don't want to keep other guests from getting on. Thanks.
Thanks, Taqiyya, Simon, and then that's the last one.
Are we having another one? One.
Only because this person has begged me and begged me and begged me, so
okay,
I know he's pretty decent.
Taqiyya watch. Fucking hell.
Go ahead, Simon.
Hello, Jada.
Hi, Simon. How you doing?
Hey, I love your work, by the way. Been following you for a couple of years.
Good man, thank you.
Yes, I live in Sweden. I need a minute, Jupiter, and then I want to show you, Jada, what you just missed, all right? Give me a couple of minutes. You were missing a couple of things, and I want you to hear it for yourself. Jupiter, can you give me like 2-3 minutes? I'll be back.
It's up to Jada if she's prepared to wait.
What exactly? Where are you going? Where are we going?
You'll hear it for yourself. You know what Taqiyya means, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. That's what you actually heard a couple of minutes ago.
What, from the fella talking about divorce?
Yes.
Yeah, I know, but look, I wouldn't worry too much about that because, like we were saying earlier, right? The principle.
Big up to Wee Man. Nice to see you over here, sir.
Islam is not talking about how it's not compatible and what my concerns are with it. I actually don't give two shits about Islam. Excuse my language. That's not what I care about. Everyone knows that there's a problem with Islam, right? Everybody knows about Taqiyya. They know.
Right.
But what we need to do now is we need to stop. They are a very good distraction for the elite, for the establishment, for the globalists to go, look at the Muslims, whilst we are letting our country and our people, our nation, our race all just fall apart and erode.
Right.
So as much as I think that the Muslims that have come on tonight have been very reasonable, and I would call a lot of it Taqiyya, like what I was listening to, I was thinking, okay. But, you know, look, pleasant enough, fair enough. I'm actually not too... I would suggest that none of us waste our energy trying to pick apart their deceit, because it's not going to get us anywhere. They're not... And that doesn't mean I don't want to bring people to Christ, because I do. But I don't think these people are genuinely inquiring of the gospel. I think they're just coming on.
So Jada, you think that Muslims are being used by the globalists? What do you think we should focus on instead?
I don't think they're being used. Well, I'm not saying that they're being used. There's an element,
like indirectly, of course.
There's an element of them being used. They're being directed. Yeah, I mean, they know what they're doing. It's in their scriptures, but they're being facilitated. That's what they're being facilitated, aided and abetted.
Right. So, what is the main problem? Is it our leaders? Is it outside forces? What would you say?
BVM inside. Big up yourself.
The above. I mean, look. Our world leaders are so corrupt. We have this elitist gang, I guess, and I'm not trying to focus on any other specific nation, because I actually, you know, Britain is my main priority because I'm British and I'm here. But we are part of Europe. I am a Christian. I do have a people that I care about. I care about white Europeans. I care about Christians, white, black, or Asian. I think that it's the globalist agenda that we need to do. But the only way to do that, really, like, you can't. This is kind of like David and Goliath situation. But the best way, even fighting the state, is difficult enough. To try and fight every world superpower and every super organization like the European Union is too tough. What we need to do collectively as a people, like, for example, white Europeans, is an uprising within our own nations, and a sovereign uprising, but united in our goal and our mission. And that's how I think we tackle this. Yeah.
So, for example, Marxism and, you know, all of this, we know about this already. But there's something else called cultural Marxism.
Yeah.
If I may share my screen, this is from 1971. This is after Second World War. This is one of the thought leaders. His name is Charles Rich, called Green America. This is the book. On page 8, this is what he wrote. There's a revolution coming. This is Marxist, communist writing right now, but it will not be like the revolution of the past. So now they're planning something else. It will be a revolution of the culture. It will have political changes, basically. And yeah, I mean, that's what we are seeing right now. We're seeing the infiltration. It's called, by the way, Jupiter, can you show my screen?
I'm not able to do that at the moment. You know me.
Oh, okay, yeah. So basically, we have been infiltrated.
Just share my screen.
The long march through the institutions. Jada, have you heard about this before?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that I guess that's all I wanted to share for now. Great work, Jada. God bless you.
I think there's a lot of us like-minded that are coming together and getting platforms. So it's good to speak to you.
All right. Bye.
Okay, I think that's the last one, because Jada's tired. I can see she's thinking, for fuck's sake, please no more.
No, not at all. And it's not that I don't want to speak to you all. I'm just conscious of the time. And I've still got work to do tonight.
Yeah, okay. I don't blame you. You've been very patient, and to be honest, you've done really well. I mean, a lot of other people would have been above themselves, and after an hour said that's enough. So.
No, I mean, if we'd have done this earlier, I can talk for hours to people. I enjoy talking to people. So, but I'm just conscious of my early start and obviously severely needing some beauty sleep, because look at this mug. This needs beauty sleep. So.
Don't even go over. I think every guy in the chat will say you're beautiful, no matter what, even if you woke up first thing in the morning.
I will pay them beer.
Everybody noticed that Dan melted. He couldn't get his words out. That was amazing. So We'll arrange it.
I melted.
When you're ready.
Ah, mate.
No,
I think she's still dripping.
I'll hear from you in a couple of weeks just to see how you're getting on.
Yeah.
If you want to come back. Maybe we'll do an earlier show then. We'll do a day one and we'll do it, we do a marathon where we take a bit of a break every so often and then carry on. And
All right. On that one, that's the end of it. You can go and catch the rest of the stream over on Jupiter's channel. She's been going for what? How long? 3 hours. They've had Jada Franson over there, and who jumped on to ask questions? England jumped on. Shia Issa jumped on. Who else? Reactionary, obviously. Taqiyya Watch. Someone called Betty, who's from Northern. Oh, no, she's Catholic. They wouldn't let you on Zabida. Dread. But yeah, to be honest, I can't. Yeah, gangster business. Word on the street is I'm melted. Nah, man, she was singing my praises when I got off. She was, oh wow, I like talking to that guy. The one with the deep voice. Jupiter pulled a blinder tonight, said Reggie. Yeah, to be honest, look, in terms of the content, that was good content, and credit where it's due. If you go about, you do the work behind the scenes and you set up the conversation, then cool. Inviting people on who may have different opinions is only a good thing in my opinion, so props to Jupiter for that. And yeah, you can go and watch that. She's still got 140 people locked in. Let me drop out the link if I ain't done that already. Big up to Bad Marsh. Big up to Mr. Architecture. He said fuck Jada. Bad Marsh said good questions. 20 Faces says M Stacks asked a good question. Yeah, to be honest, do you know what? Because there's a video somewhere. No disrespect to Lister, yeah. But there's a video somewhere of Lister where he goes up to Paul Golding and he just said, "What's it like to be a fascist cunt?" Let me see if I can get this. Let me see if I get this video up. I'll get it up in the background just to talk to, talk over. Sorry. Big up the people redeeming pot noodles. Khan. Yeah, Lister basically went up to Paul Golding. Where's this video? Yeah. He went up to him and he's like, "What's it like to be a fascist cunt?" Now, for me, I said to Lister as well. I was like, "What would you do if you got a chance? Like, your goal is," and he said it before, is to like make his way to Tommy Robinson. So he's like made it through like all of the little like orbiters around Tommy to like the inner circle. He's on like a first name basis with Kevin Carroll. And I'm like, okay, cool. So once that's done and you're in front of Tommy, what do you say then? And he was like, I'd ask him what it's like to be a fascist cunt. I was just like, nah, man. Surely there's something else. So when I jumped on, I was like, what do I actually want to ask her? And I think the most interesting thing for me is like, yeah, this right wing just seems to be full of. It's just a fucking mishmash. It's not relationship says Golding and Jada aren't the team anymore. Well, you can look at that and you can say people don't. Yeah, I mean, people are people, aren't they? They're going to pursue their own interests. They're going to be cunts. Egos was something that she said, because you've got a lot of this. I don't know what you call it, PayPal patriotism. Certain people trying to like break off, get their own little supporters, but really and truly they're all sharing the same support base. But boy, I don't know. I'm gonna get the hangout going anyway, because I'm not as good at Raspect as Raspect is at just hosting on my own. Big up to Raspect because yeah, you can actually hold down the show for maybe an hour or so with no one on the panel. I start feeling like a weirdo. Big up to Lioness Northside. I see you getting timed out over there, man. General says Lister the man. Queen J was saying that she lied about being Jewish. Well, yeah, she said that she didn't have any allegiance. This is what Overkill said. She said she don't give a shit about Israel. But I mean, on the flip side of that, because I got on after England, and I think England's last question was something along the lines of Israel, or what would you do if like Israeli money came around or something, and what was it? Fucking hell, I completely forgot what I was saying. No, it's gone. Completely gone. Someone's gonna have to remind me what I said. You could rewind in the chat and let me know. Big up to A Somali. Big up to Old Hickory. Yeah, she's kind of on this ethno-nationalist thing, but I think she's more on Bob the Builder's, to be honest. So what was I saying? Yeah, someone's gonna have to remind me. Big up to yourself, reactionary, bruv. I was hyping you up. I was giving you the little intro warm up. Wait, who stuck that on the back of cheeky bastard? Sticking stickers on the back of Paul Golden. I see you, Lister. Yeah, reactionary. I thought you had a good conversation. To be honest, I think that was a good. It was a good. What do you call it? Yeah, just honest conversation. And you were what, like the third Muslim? I think he was on there. Issa just got on, just doing straight Shia propaganda. He's big up the Shias, man. I think Issa was doing the good works out there for you on Jupiter's thing today. Dan, you got the hots for Jade and that. Next to Rico, he's got the hots for it. Jade is a fox, says Dexter Rico. The one thing we and Jade do share is I think we were in the same year at school. So who knows? I made her heart melt. Didn't I just, reactionary? Casanova Dan, yeah, man. Jade had to sell her house. Yeah, that was another interesting one. The problem with ethno-nationalism in the Irish sense, or the Northern Irish sense, because to me, you only have to look over there to see what happens when a load of people who look the same start to pick out the kind of the differences or whatever. The differences are just marked. They're laid down. They're put in law, like English law encourages these differences. So yeah, I don't know. Irish Flame, you're gonna have to let me know about this this group that you said that you saw her marching with. Let me know what the deal is with that. For anyone who would like to jump on the panel, link is out. That's a portal link, by the way. So once you jump in, just wait and then jump back through. And I'll drop another link. Rajinder Tatal, my number one fan. He said that biatch ain't gonna let no African Christians into the UK. Yeah, well, she said that. That's what she said, isn't it? Who knows? The interesting thing about this, when she was talking about like Taqiyya and all of that, I was thinking, yeah, but what political correctness is kind of the same thing. I kind of feel that as soon as you step out into the realms of the, yeah, you've got to kind of toe a certain line or hide certain views anyway. What good convo reactionary had? It was pointless. Wait, say that again. What good convo reactionary had? It was pointless. Giving her room to promote her propaganda. Sometimes you're just being nice at TOITN. I can appreciate that. Yeah, I can appreciate that. But the thing is, if you I don't know how far you get with kind of sort of coming out of the gate on like an Aggie one with people like that. You can disagree, but if you know you disagree, then just kind of cut through that. And wait, who's that? Who's just jumped in? Saladin. Saladin's the first one in. You might even be in the other group, to be honest, Saladin. I'm gonna get that one live in a sec. Reggie, did you jump on the panel? No, do you know what? I'm gonna call the group from yesterday. So if you get the call, I've got to answer this myself. You get the call, then answer, and I'll put out the link as well. Big up to the people locked in. Maybe Jupiter will come over after she's finished, but yeah, we'll review that for a bit. Oh, boom, snap! That's what I wanted to talk about. Reactionary. Maybe you'd be good to have on the panel, man. So yesterday, at the very, very end of the stream, which was a bit of a shit show towards the end, I'm sorry. In fact, all on there. People, I'll be back in 1 second, yeah? Actually, it's not going to change anything. Let me do it like this. Man might jump on. Oh, hold on. Who's this? Asif. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, we're live, man. Yeah. So you saw the chat over on Jupiter's channel.
Yeah. I saw like the ending of it though. That's the thing, innit? Just like when you left. Saw it onwards after that. Well, what I want to ask regarding this Jaden, right? Obviously, I'm a bit behind about all this Britain First shit, innit? Because I just watched a bit of it back in the days. What happened for that to break up? And it looks like she's got a real like hatred towards Paul Golding.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's rumours that there was some kind of I don't know what the word is. It's not like like there was a period of domestic violence that she's supposed to have like suffered. I don't know if it's true or not. I've heard that there's like audio clips and shit out there, and it got a bit messy between them, and then things got leaked out. But she didn't seem to be she didn't seem to have many nice things to say about him. Put it that way.
So what did you mention about him to her?
No, I didn't. Because this is the thing.
She wanted to talk about it.
I don't feel like she was necessarily like she sort of made a comment about Britain First, and she sort of said something about Tommy Robinson. She was a little bit snide about him, to be honest. So she could have maybe given a little bit more, but I heard her say whatever, and I was like, all right, well, look, yeah, that's maybe not the best. It's a bit personal, isn't it? Like, if I know that she's had certain...
No, because one thing I realised, someone jumped on here with a Paul Golding troll account with his picture and stuff. And then that guy, whatever his name, I don't know who that guy was, innit? He's like, tell that person to go off, whether if it's him or not.
Is it?
Yeah. After you jumped on a little bit after that, innit? That's why I'm asking this, innit?
I didn't see that part. Apparently she's admitted that the abuse happened in an interview. She did like a BBC interview, and she's spoken about it. So I think that's where she's separated, but it seems that she's still doing some kind of political work. But
yeah, but she changed her stance by the sounds of it, from what she was saying towards the end to Taqiyya watch. So unlike how it was in Britain First, it was just Islam. Now she said she's not concentrating on that. She's more concentrating on the establishment and how the establishment has used Islam.
Yeah, but I can't see how she's gonna. That was almost someone said James Goddard was in the chat on Jupiter.
Yeah, he was. I saw it.
When James Goddard first turned up at Speaker's Corner, and he was wearing that Deerstalker hat, yeah, and he got into a debate with Adi Dawa, and then Jedi came and like kind of heckled, but then like took control of the discussion, kind of thing, and basically said to him, "Bruv, like, why aren't you going for?" Like he said, "What are you doing down here? Why don't you go down to Downing Street? You got all these problems and whatever else. What are you doing down here with all of your?"
I remember, yeah.
Like, go and do something. And James Goddard was like, "Well, come on then. Like, we could sort of." And then at that
Like
point,
some cokehead, innit?
and yeah, then someone pulled him
He moves
away.
like a cokehead.
Then someone pulled him away and was like, I don't know. People were saying in the chat like, "Oh, you got advised. Probably not the best thing to do. Go down to Speaker's Corner your first time, and then you start getting on this like anti-establishment tip. It's not a good idea." So yeah, he got advised against it. But I mean, this is one of the things that Pat has spoken about quite a lot. Is that most movements that set out to be anti-establishment are heavily surveilled and then infiltrated. Pretty much every.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single instance of a group in the UK that's started, and that's on the left and the right. That's also like what they call like single issue. Because I read there's like there was an article that came out not long ago that described basically the remit of the counter-terrorism department at the Met. I'll see if I can put it up. Counter-terrorism Met Police List Guardian. Came out about a year ago. And basically, according to that list, Extinction Rebellion is considered an extremist group. And all extremist groups are like monitored and surveilled. It's not just...
because it's anti-government.
Well, it's considered extremist. It could be a threat to the state in some form, right? Because if Extinction Rebellion starts to shut down roads, there's a point where the function of the state is threatened, and it doesn't just have to be the function of the state is threatened by a Muslim guy who wants to go and run over people on a bridge. The function of the state could also be threatened by a mass gathering of thousands and thousands of people at a fixed place who are all intent on, I don't know, causing some sort of disturbance for political reason, whatever it is.
Like what they done something like at Heathrow or some shit at one point, stopped loads of planes, right?
Yeah, so exactly.
That's was that them,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's all of those groups have to be monitored by, you know.
Yeah, I kind of understand. I do see why, in a way, they would do such a thing like that as well. You know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is,
I kind of understand.
I don't understand how any of these groups can, because it's like the left wing in this country, they were the ones who were out there for maybe the last sort of 30, 40 years, like grassroots protest movements, get out a load of people on the street, make banners, draw, do all sorts of like, you know, juggling, all sorts of different things. Like all the hippies who basically came out of the 70s, stumbled into the 80s and kind of woke up out of their acid trips in the 90s were just like, yeah, cool, we're anti-establishment, we don't like what's happening with the environment, we don't like nuclear weapons, we don't like animal testing. So all of those groups are like monitored. If you're anti-nuclear weapons, you're a member of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament,
so anything anti-government,
bruv, yeah, there's a whole list of it. So I'm always interested when I hear a new group has popped up. I'm like, right, so what is it that what's your goal then? What's your your bugbear kind of thing? But the thing is, with a lot of these right wing groups, the problem stops short of kind of interfering with the function of the state. What they're saying is, a lot of these groups, you can call them single issue in a sense. If their issue is the radical form of Islam, which is also a threat to the state, then there's questions. There's certain questions about whether or not right-wing extremism is considered as much of a threat to the state as Islamic terrorism or radical environmentalism or whatever it is. So it's an interesting one, man. But yeah, it seems that her issue is Islam and immigration and globalism in some sense.
Yeah, it is. She did mention globalism.
But she talked about cultural Marxism as well. But I guess that
which
rolls
is made
into
up theory, because I'll give you something jokes, right? It's like they call it cultural Marxism, but it's nothing comes from Karl Marx. So Taqiyya Watch referenced something from someone from 1973 or some shit, from some next guy regarding cultural Marxism.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the guy that you mentioned. Taqiyya Watch is on that cultural Marxist tip. That's kind of what he
But
puts
it's such
through.
a dumb conspiracy, man.
Well, yeah,
Like,
it's
someone made up a term called cultural Marxism. It's like, okay, this is some part of communism or whatever shit, innit? Try to take over.
well, yeah. I mean, the first time I heard Jupiter use it anyway, because I remember you were trying to get her to kind of break it down. She pulled
Yeah,
up.
but she won't because she don't know nothing.
Well, she pulled up. I'm gonna get the article up if I can. Oh, it looked mad.
When did she come out of big up Dan and
Big up,
anyone
Ali.
else?
Big up, yeah, big up yourself,
So
man.
when did she get out of jail?
What are you talking about, Jodie Franson?
Yeah, because she got locked up of the whole thing of her causing stress to that pregnant lady, and the woman ended up having a stillbirth because of harassment. And Jada
Yeah.
Francis went on a harassment charge.
Oh,
if I'm right.
she got sued as well. Apparently, she lost her house, innit? She
Yeah,
said.
yeah, and the kid came out stillbirth.
Oh shit.
20 Faces is saying what you said yesterday. Cultural Marxism is the continuation of the Nazi cultural Bolshevism.
Yes,
Bolshevik
that's what I
theory.
was saying yesterday. Remember
Yeah.
to Jupiter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is the funny thing, yeah. I'm on, for those who don't know, Rational Wiki. It's a good place to just check it. Like if you Google some fringe theory and there's a Rational Wiki result in Google, that's usually quite good for like bullshit checking.
And you know, Jada Francis was on that panel today. Did denying she had anything to do with that stillbirth.
I didn't hear that part, you know.
Yeah, I never knew. But let's concentrate on this cultural Marxism thing.
Yeah.
Because this term's getting thrown around so much, yeah. It really needs to be debunked properly, like, and educate people on it.
Well, the thing is, here's the problem, right? What the symptoms of the problem are undeniable to these people, right? They're pointing to things that they believe exist in the real world. Their theory for why that is the problem. If you can trace it back to if cultural Marxism was where the buck stopped, if people just said this is a strictly political like critique, which from what I understand, that's what the Frankfurt School was about. It was like an academic intellectual critique of popular culture.
Yeah, that's what they always use, is the Frankfurt School, innit, regarding this cultural Marxism.
Yeah, but the Frankfurt School doesn't really connect to their. I don't know.
To Karl Marx. Is it connected to Karl Marx?
It's not so much that. It's basically it relies on this theory that there is thousands and thousands of these like maybe unwitting agents. Some people might be doing it consciously. These people who are implementing this cultural. This Marxism. So it's the idea of a culture of Marxism that is kind of spread out, non-local, exists across space and time. You can't pin it down to like a country. So it's basically like I don't know, man. I'm kind of rambling. It doesn't make much sense to me. If I'm honest, and you could replace cultural Marxism with the Jews, and it would still work. Which is the problem.
Yeah, because that's why it comes from culture Bolshevikism, innit?
Well, yeah,
because obviously the Jews were behind the Bolsheviks. That's what the Nazis said, innit?
Yeah, so it touches on that in here. They labelled modernism as cultural Bolshevism, and through Jewish Bolshevism, claimed that Jews were primarily behind communism. In particular, they argued that Jews had orchestrated the Russian Revolution and were the main power behind the Bolsheviks. I mean, I don't know if you can get hold of Phil. He was floating around yesterday, but it'd be good to have on.
He'll agree with that part 100%. Because he, like, you know, if you listen to a lot of these like far right people or these anti-Semites, they'll always say that the Jews killed 66 million people in Russia during the Russian Revolution. I don't know if you've heard that from them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is an argument to be made that we shouldn't focus on the plight of one particular group when there's an argument that follows that lots of people have been oppressed and are kind of persecuted, like since the Holocaust took place. And you hear people like that Pavlov guy at the park. He talks about the Ukrainian, the Holodomor, I think it's called, which is their Holocaust. And that kind of came out of the whole Russian Revolution. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm always a bit suspicious of theories that kind of lean too heavily on sneaky Jews. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because I'll give you. Wait. I'm gonna give you a good example. Right, recently, what I realized about Taqiyya Watch as well. He started blaming Jews. So he started playing that. You know that Barbara Spector video. Yeah, he's been going on them ones now a bit. You know them ones, that and a few other things, innit? Like where there's a video of fucking what's his name again, Netanyahu, and he's saying we control America and all that shit.
Are
Do
we
you know
actually
them
going to
ones?
say people are cultural Marxists since Marx is associated with the left and these people are quite right wing? It's sort of like a contradictory term.
No, it's a conspiracy term, man. But yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say, Dan. And he is going a bit on this anti-Jew rhetoric, which I've realized from him. And obviously, when you use Barbara Spector, you know that one clip of Barbara Spector. If you watch it properly, there's snippets, loads of them are. You know what I mean? It's not a one full clip.
Yeah, Dan, why use a term for a person considered on the far right a cultural Marxist? Marx has always been a left-wing thing. So why are we now associating right-wing people with Marxism?
No one is Ali Khan, innit?
No,
the right-wing people claim the left is trying to bring in cultural Marxism, and they say it's connected with communism, also Sharia.
There's another argument that the Jews are responsible for all of the migration in Western Europe.
Yeah, that's Barbara Spector.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Barbara Spector conspiracy thing comes from, innit?
So I was talking to England FC about Zach Goldsmith. You were on the panel, Dan, and he's married into that famous Jewish family. I forgot the name of, and he's sort of this sort of anti.
The Rothschilds, the Goldsmiths and the Rothschilds. I
was saying that look, Zach Goldsmith's an old-fashioned sort of like one nation style conservative where. But he said, no.
But wait. What it is when it comes to the Jews, you have to understand there are Jews against other Jews, and this is very important. So if you look at, like, say, American politics, here, there's a right wing like a Jew that bankrolls the Republican parties. What's his name? Fucking Sheldon Adelson.
Bernie Sanders.
He wants to ban the weed. He wants to do all this crazy right-wing shit all the time, innit? He funds shitloads of money. On the other side, you got fucking George Soros. Wants to legalize the whole thing, like the weed. But I'm just saying, innit? There's like, I'm just using the two extreme ones.
Yeah, so but you got Bernie Sanders.
But I know. But that's different. I'm talking about the people that's been bankrolling the politics for so many years, innit? Do you know what I mean? They've just been there for like ages, just bankrolling these individuals. So obviously they've been doing it for so many years, but they got opposition views to each other. Like even George Soros, he's like kind of against Israel also. He even set up what do you call it? Black Lives Matter protest in Israel. And for the Palestinian rights or some shit.
Yeah, there's lots of weird stuff with George Soros. He's like a big bank to go to if you need to push democracy somewhere in the world.
Yeah. If you want to put left-wing narratives, then George Soros is the man.
The thing is, basically. it's not necessarily. I suppose it's democratic. like ideals.
Yeah,
Like that's
I
it's
guess.
kind of where he's, because the thing is, a lot of these countries, the former Soviet countries, they're kind of left wing by default, right? So the form of media, the form of democracy that he sold to them was kind of tailored to that. Like they were used to going and getting their food and shit from, you know, state-run stores or whatever. So they're kind of left-leaning people. They believe that the state should be responsible for a certain amount, blah 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 blah. And to be honest, newspapers that are allowed to freely critique the state also make money because they sell lots of copies. People want to read about, you know, how well their country's doing, or, you know, how badly their country's doing. They want to be angry when they open the papers. It's kind of the Daily Mail phenomenon. But I think I think that George Soros theory, it's a risky one as well, because I don't think it's George Soros. I'm fairly sure would fund like right-wing nationalists in Ukraine in the name of democracy.
Yes, if I'm correct, yeah. That is true.
So
he's done some shit like that as well.
It's a funny one. And I mean, the US got caught doing that.
It's a weird one.
The US got caught funding.
And what else I was gonna mention regarding fucking what's her name, Jada Franson? Why are they all these right wing people, far right wing people living in Northern Ireland? So Jim Dawson, fucking what's the other guy who fucking Raj bombs over all the time? Richard
Inman.
Why are they all in Northern Ireland?
You'd have to get Pat to break it down.
Yeah, Pat one time did explain it to me. I can't remember.
It's because you got loyalists there. You've got a. Like
you mentioned about certain laws that allows them to do what they need to do, or some shit like that, or something along them lines.
Yeah. I do remember. I remember the conversation though. Yes.
So it doesn't go under Terrorism Act in the UK, or some shit like that. It was.
Yeah, Northern Ireland's got some mad laws, man. Maybe it's something to do with campaigning.
Something we just need Pat. I was hoping Pat would have jumped on as well on Jupiter.
I couldn't see her letting him on. I couldn't see her letting him on. I don't think that was gonna. I don't think that one was gonna be likely. Iduki Gold is saying George Soros, Rothschilds, Queen Elizabeth equal lizards. Ask David Icke. Fucking hell. Right. Yeah. That's what I wanted to talk about. I forgot. What? I don't even think I said. Did you hear about this possible link the guy in Streatham had with Speaker's Corner?
Well, Raj mentioned the person shared a Speaker's Corner video
yesterday. All right, so the same source. Raj was saying that it could have been Tan, which is interesting because it kind of fits the profile.
Possibly.
And also fits the top. Like, I can't think off the top of my head of too many speakers who were going down there and talking about pro-gay rights. But Tan was kind of arguing that he was doing the whole Allah is gay or God is gay or whatever.
Yeah. He was doing all sorts of mad shit. So it can be him, yeah. But again, it's not. I won't say it's like directly linked with Speaker's Corner. All the person done was shared some video regarding individual from Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. 20 Faces has just said it. Like he wanted to target Tan. And that's what he.
We don't really know.
It's speculation, but if you think about, wait, someone posted evidence of it on Raj's channel. Raj might have to jump on. We'll ask him. This guy Ian Fenner's on some mad conspiracy theory tip, man. Raspet was onto him months ago. Raspet has a big file on him. I don't know. Fucking hell, Raspet with files, yeah? Halima said RIP Tan. I think Tan's probably going to be back, but alright, let's assume it was Tan, yeah? So did Tan create?
Even if
alright, here's the question. Did Tan attract a possible terrorist and reveal a possible terrorist, or did Tan indirectly inspire or create a possible terrorist?
You inspire and create.
That's a good question. Well, it could be a bit of both.
I'd probably say it's a mixture of both.
Yeah, I'll tell you why as well, right? Or it could be individual, whichever one really. The person would have been like halfway there to be radicalized, and you need someone like Tan to add fuel onto the fire.
Yeah, push him off the edge.
You know what I mean, innit? Tan, that's
Yeah.
what Tan. I think that's what Tan's purpose was to add fuel in the fire, innit?
Do you think Tan was an agent or just mentally sick?
I don't know, but I don't know. That's the thing, innit?
No, because he was banned from his own country. Like, he had one video. I'm gonna actually find his real name. I've got his real name.
But why was he banned? How do you know he was banned from his country?
Because the first video I ever watched of him was with Mohammed Hijab, and I remember reading the comment section, and someone typed his real name in saying he was banned, and I typed his real name into Google, and I went on and I did some research, and he was banned from his own country, Malaysia.
Find his real name then, innit?
Yeah, because he's already public.
Nah, I think people would have probably. I mean, because I heard a lot about Tan. I heard people saying that he had some questionable history. Like, when I first, like, my whole entry into Speaker's Corner was kind of through Tan. Right? I don't know how many thousands of people watched those videos, but like everyone that I watched,
the same.
Everyone that I watched had tens of thousands of hits. Even like the little channels, tens of thousands of hits of some little clip of Tan. Most of them were in there sort of 30, 40, 50,000 hits, 100,000 hits on some.
But do you know why? Do you know why? Because obviously the more controversial you are, the more publicity you'll get. And I could give you a good example of it. Like, look at Donald Trump when he ran for president in 2016, wasn't it? He was being controversial where he didn't even have to pay for hardly any campaign ads because he was just getting published for free. And he actually wrote that in his book.
Wait there, Simon, I hate it here saying no, he wasn't. Simon, if you want to jump on, man.
Is that Simon Crackhead Lord?
Simon Lord, he knows. Well, yeah, he knew Tan, didn't he? He used to.
Yeah.
So I'm actually going through Mohammed Hijab and Tan videos now on YouTube, just scrolling down through comment sections to see if that comment's still about. Because this is before I got into Hangout. So if I was in Hangout, I would have screenshotted and done all that. But this is before I was on the Hangout.
Yeah. Do your thing, innit? Find it.
The comment might have got deleted.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I think the guy probably just went there, started being really controversial, and he knew that worked, so he carried on with it, which actually made him who he was, Tan.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's interesting that a speaker at Speaker's Corner could potentially be a target for a terrorist attack. That's interesting to me. And whoever it is, if it's Tan, then you can have a discussion about him. Big up to TY on the panel.
I'm not surprised if it is Tan, but what we have to understand, Tan was getting publicized to be very, very anti-Islam, disrespecting Islam, throwing the Quran on the floor. So these type of extremist individual, by watching it, they will even try to target the guy. It's very simple, isn't it? Like let's say if I really diss Christianity, some extreme Christian would try to even just attack me through Speaker's Corner because it'll be all over YouTube.
Well, yeah, this is the other thing. I think Jordan M was talking about this on his stream the other day about the kind of reach of Speaker's Corner and how far it can go. Potentially, people
what it
all
is,
over the world.
Some people do not realize sometimes all this shit is broadcast. Do you know what I mean? It's broadcasted out there. And especially when a video is made, then that's going to even get even more hits on it than a live stream. Do you know what I mean, innit? Some videos of Speaker's Corner got over 1 million views. And people travel from everywhere to go to Speaker's Corner all across the world.
Wait there, I hate it here. Simon is saying that it was he can confirm that it was Tan. So he's got a link to prove it. I just modded you up, Simon. Let me drop out the link again. TYO, big up yourself, man. Yeah, thoughts on this potential like Tan situation?
2 minutes, Dan. I'm gonna come in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Cool, bruv. Simon, do jump on as well. If you're definitely certified, sure that it was Tan, then that allows us to kind of focus the convo. Or if you can't, then just drop a link. So yeah, like at what point does someone? Yes, my Dunya. I see that. Yeah, I see you getting oppressed on Jupiter's channel.
This fucking cow Jupiter said she wouldn't let me on as well yesterday.
Yeah, I see. She said someone was like, oh, there's a guy called Mad Dunya in the back chat. She's like, nah. Now someone got on and was like, yeah, let Mad Dunya on. She's like, nah.
Assalamu alaikum. Yo.
What's going on, man?
Walaikum salam.
Yo, I went in. Yo.
Walaikum salam. Big up, Mad.
Yo, peace, everyone. Peace, Dan. Yeah. Yo, guess what, man? You know the right reaction. That was me, you know.
I thought so. I knew that. I thought so. That's the thing.
I had to get
You should say something
the
like
Isa Shia.
I'm a lot further far right than that. I'm a lot far right than that.
I had to get the black intellect or something, man.
Did you see him get bodied, man? Fucking hell, that was bad, man.
What was he doing?
He went on there with the same painting, trying to paint the same picture. Sunnis are this, that they're not Muslims. I'm a Muslim. I'm a Shia.
That's when
bro.
So wait. What was Jada's reaction?
Jada's reaction was, "Oh, do you have the same scripture? Do you read the same Quran?" Yeah, you do. Yeah, you're all the same to me, basically. And you know when he got off, she was like, "Yeah, that other guy. That come on." You know, he's not even a Muslim in my eyes.
Oh shit! Even she knows that she is a kafir. Even Jada knows.
When you're not Muslim, then someone like us, I think she actually said it
to come and verify with this song, you know. Yeah, Isa was pissed.
I'm gonna have to make space for this because Simon Lord has just posted proof. This is the this is guaranteed. This is guaranteed.
When you turn the button to UK?
But what are you not talking about just before I came in?
We're talking
basically, go on.
Well, no, go on, explain it, man. Cool.
So basically, you know that terrorist attack that must have happened recently, right? The guy must have shared some fucking Speaker's Corner video, and then the video was about Tan. So basically,
this is confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. But even though if it is Tan, right? It is. Let's say it is Tan, innit? To agree to disagree, right? Why would that person do such a thing? So obviously we have to understand, innit? What was Tan about?
Yeah, hate speech, innit?
Yeah. Tan obviously used to throw the Quran on the floor and everything. And let's say someone is extreme, obviously Speaker's Corner's got a mad reach out there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It goes all across the world. What it is, if you look at it, Dan, you know certain channels like Content Over Everything or Mr. X, when it comes to a Speaker's Corner channel, they're actually small channels. If you look at some of the Dawa channels, they are massive.
Wait, let me just get this up on the screen. Hold on. So this is from I don't know if anyone's read the article. There's an independent article that talks about a Dutch blogger who was in a Telegram group with this Aman Sadesh guy, and he reported him to the police, right? And this was the Simon Law's just sent me the pictures. This is the image. If you check on the YouTube, you ain't gonna be able to see this for another sort of 10 seconds or so. Let me drop the link for you lot in the back chat actually, and you can check it. Big up to Old Hickory as well. He's just jumped in the back chat. So Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park. I've translated this as well. It's just a black flag with looks like a knife It's like a Glock, like a little pistol, maybe a fake gun. And armed and ready, April, hashtag April. Fuck, why isn't it translated, this thing? British nutcase Abu Malik, who a few days ago alluded to an attack, read about it more here, with this photo posted below, seems to have found its purpose. The intended purpose is Hyde Park in London. So it's got a picture of the, let me get this up on the screen. It's a COE video. He posted the video, Quranist talking to Tan from April 2018. And he said, Mu'tadin, Munafiq, and Kafir all unite together and attract one another. He will be here this Sunday at Hyde Park in a group. Strange as this.
So when was them banned from the UK?
When was Tan banned?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. Let me get this link out. I'll drop the link in the chat for people. So this is from the original Dutch blog. You're going to need like Google Translate or whatever installed to what do you call it? Big up to Naz. Just jumped on the panel.
And by the way, if anyone uses Google Chrome and is on Android, the page will automatically be translated onto English on your phone.
Big up Ali, tech support Khan.
Yeah, we know that. We know that, Ali Khan.
Big up Ali Khan. Let me get on reading this. It's made the idiot known through the same pro-IS chat group where he showed a few days earlier that he was willing to do something big in the name of IS. So now seems Hyde Park to find a nice goal that may fall prey to his diabolical desire to take another dimension into thinking as much as possible. Sorry, the translation is broken, so it's not perfect, so I'm reading it out as it is. He also hints through a link to a video that can be seen here via this link that he or several of his kindred spirits, his brethren, also drive up, can also take this man who can be seen in the video. The name of the man is Tan. All in all, Speaker's Corner is a nice target for an attack. Democracy in England can give you a big blow because precisely at that location, weekly freedom and speeches can be held in public. That can be about anything and everything. It's a tradition that is more than 250 years old. That is why this jihadist sees this as a great attack goal to teach England and its democracy a lesson. And it carries on.
Okay, it's actually creating a narrative here, isn't it? Regarding about Speaker's Corner and it's fucking what it's about.
No, but this is the whole question.
Okay, it's a question.
That's what I mean, bruv. The youths, they watch these things here.
Yeah, because this because the way what it is here, these
like
questions, these questions been put in there is in a way to implant in your head how Muslims want to just take over Speaker's Corner and destroy it and shit like that now.
I'm not even focusing on that, Asif. I'm just saying it's interesting that, I mean, what this guy's done is he's explained in the article why he thinks Speaker's Corner is a target or would be a target. And before I even got this link, I mean, I was saying, forget if it's Tan. It's interesting that speakers at Speaker's Corner can become targets for potential terrorists. Like that's the kind of point that I'm making, and it seems that fucking hell. I mean, that's just weird. This guy was like watching COE videos, you know.
For real, COE videos.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He posted a video of a COE discussion with Quranist talking to Tan, and then said something like Munafiqeen and Kafir. All you like
Who's this? The guy down there attacking Strom?
Yeah.
Bless up down on the panel.
Big up yourself, man. Yeah, big up yourself, man.
Yo, to be honest,
salam.
Yeah, to be honest, like Dan, like the video of Tanzania that went viral, innit? Even international, I think. You get me? So obviously, like, not everyone's the same, innit? You get me?
Like, think about it. Tommy Robinson fucking tried to recruit him.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Just put him out there, innit?
Yeah, the guy was out there, bro. bro. Fucking, it's nothing. It's not. To be honest, I'm not surprised by it.
Have you seen the new far right video?
Huh?
Which one? What
No,
video?
no.
Ah, Jada Franson and yeah. We were over there, man.
Nothingness.
Remix.
Hey, blood. You're nuts. You haven't even watched my beat, fam.
Yo, let's stay on topic with this one for a while,
but
yo.
listen. But when it comes to Jada Franson, I think she has changed her ways of how she's dealing with things now. Not like how she used to deal with it, like with Britain First.
No, you know what it is, Asif? You know, like, this is what I was begging for someone to go there and ask this question, yeah. You know, after Paul Golding's punched her up and that, beat her up.
Bro, that's exactly what I was talking to Dan about as well. That's the same thing I wanted to ask her as well.
Trust me, that's what I wanted to ask her.
Because that would have got her triggered.
Yeah, and this is why, and all this, made them to leave, you know, the organization. Obviously, she went to the prison as well, and obviously she got some sort of de-radicalization. Then she moved out. Now she's in Ireland.
But she's in Ireland because a lot of far right people are living in Northern Ireland due to certain
because
type
they're
of
getting
rules
politically, they're getting down by the law, innit? That's why.
Yeah.
Her house. She mentioned her house was taken as well.
Yeah, she got sued for her house, innit?
Yeah. So a lot of things obviously happened, and now obviously she found more. Like, obviously the thing that they were doing is stupid, innit? Going to the mosque and that,
Yeah, but do you know?
invading.
But do you know?
Now she's taking a hold on. Now she's taking a political step, innit? You get me? That's what they're trying to do.
You know,
That's what most of
her
them have
herself. Yeah, but listen to this. You know, in the Britain First, right? You know, they were holding the crosses and all that stuff, innit? And marching around and shit like a crusade. That's not really them actually. They was told, if I'm correct, by Jim Dawson to do this because he was the bankroller of Britain First. Dan, you know about Jim Dawson, innit?
Jim Dawson, yeah, I've heard of him before.
Yeah. He was the bankroller of Britain First, and he's a very fundamental Christian, innit?
Well, I'm gonna have to check out this blog link again. Yeah, I'm back. I don't know what to say about that, to be honest. Yeah, my mind is kind of blown, to be fair. When Raj said it yesterday, it sounded like it could have been a rumor, but if that was Tan, I want to get reactionary on now, man.
What's your take on this then, Dan?
I think this gives a lot of credence to people who say that Tan was like an agent provocateur. I would say that's kind of what it seems to me. I said to Asif, like,
provocateur.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, what do you think of the backlashes?
The backlashes against.
Now, what do you think of the backlashes and how they're gonna try to use that to speak his corner, Muslim, all the triangle? Like, what do you think how this looks?
So basically, the backlash. I tell you what it is. Yeah, is from what the article said. Yeah, is already implanting seeds in people's brains that how Muslims or Jihad wants to get rid of this freedom of speech place known as Speaker's Corner. That's pretty much what that type of seed, what that article was trying to plant in people's head.
Freedom of speech, but there is it shows there's something called hate speech. People use freedom of speech to do hate speech. It's the same way. Look, if Anjem Chadri, if he were to come and speak at school now, which he can't, he's banned, because obviously no hate speech, then how are you gonna let another opposite side to him to come speak at school and talk the hate.
Yo, Jupiter.
Hi.
Jupiter, big up yourself. Have you just locked off your stream over on your channel? Have you finished up?
Yeah, about half an hour ago.
Yeah, it was a good stream, good discussion. To be fair, good little review of like the last part of it. Yeah, you might. Oh shit, my Dunya, I ain't say nothing. I don't know.
Yo, Jupiter, why didn't you let me in? Jupiter, why didn't you
Because
let me in?
of Mad Dunya's behaviour yesterday.
I wanted to
My
jump
behavior
in.
was quite good, actually. I just asked you the question about what you were trying to get out, like about the grooming and stuff like that. So I just counted you, innit? Get me? So it wasn't bad
Jupiter, you
behavior.
should
You're the one
have
who
let
lost the
me on
plot.
though, because we defeated Zubaydah yesterday.
Jupiter,
Asif, I would have let you on, but we run out of time, and there were so many people.
Okay.
So Jupiter, I don't know if you heard, but
I started calling everyone cunt.
One sec, my Dunya. Yeah, so basically Tan was shared by the guy, this Streatham attacker who got shot at the weekend. He shared a video in 2018 in our Telegram group of Tan saying, guys in the UK, this should be your target. Then he posted a COE video of a Quranist talking to Tan from April 2018, and I think he got sent away. I think he got sent down in like December or November of that year, so within like 6 months. But people in the chat are saying that it explains, it kind of explains maybe the protection that he had towards the end. Maybe, I don't know. It's an interesting one, but we're sort of talking about like the implications and the reach of Speaker's Corner. And I find it quite surprising that, yeah, it's weird to me. It's weird seeing like the communications of someone who's dead, a dead terrorist, who's posting videos from channels that I'm subscribed to of people who I'm aware of and saying they should be a target. That's kind of mad to me, because I disagree with Tan, but that principle's kind of, yeah, that's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts, I can't lie. Welcome to Witness as well on the panel. Pick up yourself, man.
Hello, Dan. Hello. Hi. Are you joining Britain first now?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd do much to stop this great replacement, man. Unless beige babies are a part of that process. I don't know, man.
Dan, can you break down that cultural Marxism thing?
Are you aware she's not with Britain First no more?
Yeah, we know that.
Hello, Dan. Why are we ruling out Modine so early on?
Say that again.
Why are we ruling Modine out?
Ruling who? Modine.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's like a
Modine
target?
was LGBTQ. Modine was promoting LGBTQ.
I said Modine.
No, it's not. It's not even. Yeah, it's not even up for debate.
Hey, this crackhead, the gay racist crackhead is here. Wait.
Yo, let's keep
the gay crackhead racist Simon Lord. That's why you hate That's why you hate it.
Hello, I'd like to speak to Dan.
Yo, let's keep it above board. Yo, my Dunya, please, bruv. When I'm talking, bruv. When I'm talking, please. I can't do this 2 nights in a row. I just need to be able to come through and moderate when I'm just cool, one at a time. Simon, you've just sent me the deal on this this Streatham guy. So I don't know if you want to talk through it, because you've probably processed it a little bit more than I have.
Well, I've looked at the translation, which is a bit fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like he's posted that to a Telegram group saying that he'd be prepared to do an attack somewhere big. So it looks, he's not connected to Speaker's Corner, but he's obviously seen the video and sees it as a an iconic place, and it'll be a good place to get some publicity kind of thing. But yeah, it seems like it was Tan. Tan knew about it. I've had an email off him today, and apparently he knew about it at the time, but it wasn't until the Telegraph emailed him about it, and said, had you realised it was the same guy that carried out the Streatham attack? and then he hadn't. So then he spoke to the Telegraph, but I don't know what he spoke, what the interview was about or how it went.
Fine.
So yeah, it does seem a bit like the extremists on both sides. If we can be fair here, Ralph and his little crew are fucking disturbing me. It's not something that I wanted to help build at all. And I don't like it. I don't like the 14s. I don't like the casual way that Ralph is radicalising people. I don't like the comments going in their cancerous fucking chat section, which I took a lot of shit for screen grabbing. Because there's some hacker kid called W3 posting, we should militarise like the IRA and import guns from America. But people are more worried about, oh, you snitched on someone, you've doxed someone. It's like, no, some little cunt needs correcting. No one's been snitched on. It's like some twat wrote some, and at least your moderators need to clean that shit up. Do you know what I mean? Because you'll just fucking lose your channel. It's no wonder if you encouraging all that 14 shit and fucking. There's going to be it's never the ones with brains at the centre who. I kind of get the irony of Zeke Island in a fucking mega hat. It is the extreme, but it's a piss take. Some people aren't going to get that, and the constant fucking militarisation of everything. He's radicalising people as much as fucking, TR or whatever. As to put it into other people who would agree with it on here. Do you know what I mean? He's as bad.
An interesting one. Yeah, I saw a video on TNTS Greek from this weekend of Witness actually on the panel talking to BVM about the 14 stuff.
Yeah, he got Zeke out as well. How you doing? You're right.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah, I kind of feel like the 14 stuff is maybe going over some people's heads. And like you say, it only takes one or two kind of stupid, susceptible outliers to kind of be. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, I've not really been watching his streams, but if you're saying that kids on his streams are like, yeah, kind of having because that's
out with extreme stuff.
That's it. Like if I saw someone, yeah, whether they were a part of my movement and that's why I really don't like groups because then like you're obliged to turn the other way when some crime is going on or something's happening because of
this lot strike me as circumspect. It's circumspect. It's like, oh, look around. Does Ralph agree? Okay, we're allowed to.
No, that's not true at all. If you go and watch streams, I've differed with Ralph.
Yeah. You have, but in the general chat, it's like some little personality cult now. It's quite sickening. And I was watching Taqiyya watch, who I respect very much, but he's a little bit intense.
Jupiter has a request for you to change your avatar. Jupiter
no, it's a piss take.
I was watching him last night posting
it's tongue in cheek, then that's your problem.
Christophobia exists. Homophobia does not exist. And I saw a comment saying gays should be killed. I'm like, okay, well, to me, I set the bar.
When Jaden said she wants the homosexual hanged, Jada Francis, she said that in Jupiter.
I didn't hear that.
Really?
Did she say that? No,
yeah,
I heard her say she doesn't. I heard her say she doesn't agree with gay marriage, but I didn't hear her say anything about hanging.
Yeah, she wants.
I did join the stream late.
Yeah, but she's a kitty killer.
But he didn't. Did you hear that? No, she wants the Christian Sharia law. She wants the Christian Sharia law. Yeah, she wants the Christian Sharia law, man. You're done out here still.
Yes, you do. Jada Francis is nothing more than just a kitty killer.
I've got to be honest. I don't know a great deal about Jada Francis.
Jada Francis goes on killing babies.
One second. So Jupiter, are you part of this Ralph 14 cruise thing?
No,
you're not. Okay, because
I've never used.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, because I got a bit confused.
I've never used it.
Jupiter, you said that on Prospect channel the other day, last 2 weeks or 2 weeks ago. You said that 2 weeks ago.
I've never used it, and there's more than one stream of me discussing with Ralph and on England's why I don't use it. I think even on Streets as well, 3 times actually.
But do you agree with Ralph?
Do I agree with Ralph on what?
Okay, do you
jumped
agree
on
with
Raspberry
Ralph?
channel saying
That's
that
all
you
I'm going to
support
ask you. Wait, 1 second. Do you support Ralph or do you agree with him, one or the other?
I don't support anybody on the right. I support everybody on the right. So
She's
what
always saying
what I
different from her
mean by
lot,
that, let me explain.
Yeah,
I
go on.
make up my own mind. I make up my own mind. But I don't agree with any person on the right 100%. So if for
agree with little
example,
babies in the show.
wow. If
Yeah,
for
no, go on,
example,
Jupiter.
if for example, there's someone who's on the right doing a cause for, say, forced adoptions, and they're doing a march or a charity thing, or they want a platform to come and speak on, I'm more than willing to have them come on.
No, that's not the question.
And
No,
if
that
I
was
decide,
not the question. That was not the question.
if
Do
I
you support
decide,
Ralph? Do you support Ralph ideologically?
no, he's much further up the purity scale.
So you wouldn't back him in the thing he says, like how you
Well,
would back
obviously
someone
not.
like
When I've
Tommy
made it quite.
Robinson.
If I agree with some of the statements he makes, I would say that I agree. If I disagreed with them, I would say I disagree.
So are you against 14? Are you against 14?
I don't use it. Take from that
Yeah,
what
but
you
are you against it? It's a very clear question.
What
This is.
does it 14 mean exactly?
Wait.
Can someone break it down
Great
for me?
Dunya, wait. Great Dunya, 1 second. Are you against 14, Jupiter?
Just go on Wikipedia and Google 14 for goodness sake.
Wait.
The phrase.
Wait.
The phrase is we must secure a future for the white race and for white children, and it's written by David Lane, who's a white supremacist who killed a Jew. It was in Anders Breivik's manifesto, I think, and it was written on
Salam
the
alaikum
guns.
to the Muslims.
And it was written on the guns of the Christchurch killer as well. So it's totally loaded, and we kind of
Hey,
only
that
need
is funny though.
we only need
Big up
12.
them.
Yeah.
Big up them.
Big up
We
yourself,
only need
Saladin.
12.
Wait,
One second. Sorry.
everyone. Let Simon
explain.
speak, please.
Because he made a really good point about was it the guns on the 14 was written on the guns of the shooter at Christchurch.
The New Zealand attack, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
So it's just too loaded. You can't be using the words of mass shooters and trying to reclaim them. You know, it's
So can I ask Jupiter again? Jupiter, are you against 14?
let's shorten it to 12.
What are you on about?
Are you against 14?
Every country should be predominantly of its indigenous people.
That's got nothing to do with it. Wait. Saladin. 1 second, yeah. Jupiter, that's got nothing to do with 14. What I just said, the question is very clear cut here. Are you against it? Yes or no? It's actually so simple.
I obviously don't know the meaning of it, so I can't comment.
Simon Lord just explained it.
Explain it again for her, Asif, innit?
Yeah, nobody. Now, Simon Lord, can you explain? But everyone, please do not cut him off because he actually explains it very well.
It's just a phrase. We must secure a future for the white race and for white children, and we could shorten it to, people and children. It's been used by mass shooters, and it's been used by a convicted.
Am I against that sentence? No. Why would I be?
I'm not against the sentence if you take it as just a sentence. But
exactly.
The fact that it was it's been dirtied. It's totally tainted. It's totally tainted by.
But can I say something? Do you know when the 14 number started popping up on YouTube? It was after the Christchurch. It was not before that. It was after. So
that's
it's
a good
clearly.
I mean, I'd never seen it before. You're right.
Yeah. It's
that
clearly
is a good point.
Yeah. So it's clearly a nudge to the massacre in Christchurch.
Yeah. So wait, Jupiter, I'm going to ask you the question again. Jupiter, are you against 14? For what
Am
it
I
stands
against
for?
the sentence? No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not a sentence.
What the hell is she talking about? The sentence?
Wait, are you against 14? The number 14, when people put on the chats and everywhere 14, 1
There-
4.
There is a
Are you
difference between the
against it?
sentence and the actual, the 14.
This
There's a
Simon just explained what
Yeah,
14
wait.
is, and
I
you
don't
were
use the
against the
number
sentence.
14. That should
No,
tell
no,
me.
that's not
Are you
the
stupid,
question. The
Jupiter?
question, wait. Great Dunya, 1 sec, man. So are you against it
Well,
though?
what does the 14 stand for? You're saying that they stand for them words. I've got nothing against them words.
So
I
you're
don't
with 14.
understand what you're asking me.
It's the
You're telling
symbology.
me
So
the
with
14
14 then.
stands for those words.
It's the
I tell you
symbology of
those
the
words,
words.
I've got nothing against the words.
Yeah, the words are fine. It's the symbology of them. It's what
Fucking
they.
hell,
It's
I'm
the weight
losing
they carry.
IQ, man.
It's the weight that they carry, which is questionable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
which
obviously
is
it
why I
got used
don't
by
use
mass
it. I don't
shooters
understand
has
what he
used it.
doesn't understand.
Yeah, we just have to be clear between the sentence and what they represent, what they now
Exactly.
represent.
As I say, the numbers start popping up after the incident,
Yeah.
and it's a clear parallel. You know.
Exactly. So it's very clear. Do you understand that part, Jupiter, now?
Is that what?
For why people use 14. So people
The
started
reason
using
the reason
14
that
after the
no.
Christchurch
Yeah,
attack.
I know exactly why they use it. I was there when they decided to use it.
Oh, so you know all this time. So are you against it?
It's
For the reason are
She's
you
with
against it?
14, man.
Because why
She's
are
with
you
14,
against it
bro.
because of
Come
why
on,
they
man.
use it? Jupiter.
I don't use it because I don't.
I'm not asking you if you use it. I'm
Yeah,
asking you,
well,
are
She
you
finds it
against
not
it or
appropriate.
do you
That's why
support
she
it?
I
doesn't
don't know
use
if there's much point in kind of
over me,
forcing.
so do you know what I'm going to
I
do?
don't know
I'm
if there's
going
much.
to just not bother.
There's not much point in forcing Jupiter to condemn or condone, if I can borrow some language.
Bruv,
You know.
it's clear cut. She doesn't want
I'm gonna remember that till
Classic
Islamophobe starts pressuring Muslims to condemn or condone.
I'm quoting Muslims.
See,
I don't ask people to condemn or condone, so I don't know why that would do bother me
It's
anyway.
not about the trivia, though. It's about disassociating yourself from them sort of opinions. You understand?
No, hold on
No,
one second.
but the thing
I've
is, hold
already
on.
explained to you I don't use it,
Listen,
so I
man,
don't
look,
understand what I'm being questioned for.
Nobody
look
asked
here.
you to use it.
Simon explained what 14 is. Witness explained what 14 is.
Yeah, and I just
and
explained
Asif
that I have
went to
nothing
her.
wrong. I don't see
Asif
anything
went to
wrong with
her.
that
Oh,
sentence.
listen,
Clear
you
cut, the
Jupiter,
clear
man. Stop.
It's like saying
Listen, you dumb
these
fat bitch, man.
Muslims
Stop, man.
Yo, keep it. Just keep
bringing up
it.
the guy.
Asif just
Come
said,
on, kids, settle down. Come on.
settle down,
One
Jupiter,
at a
man. You
time.
50-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Back around to another topic. Jupiter. So going back to the debate with the discussion with Jada today.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite interesting that she was a fan of me, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she liked it. Yeah.
And big up to Betty as well, who kind of jumped on the back of my last question.
I think it was kind of reciprocated, though. You did melt a bit.
This is what you said. Yeah, this is your theory, Jupes. So yeah, basically, Jada seems to be on the fence with her politic in Northern Ireland. Some people in the chat were saying that she's picked her side, but she didn't talk about it maybe. But she seems to see the problems with ethno-nationalism in like the Irish context. And it's ironic maybe that she's from a Catholic family, like Betty was saying, and she's now so pro-Britain and living in Northern Ireland as a Catholic. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was an interesting line of questioning, and I know she blushed a little bit while she was answering some of those. But
Catholic.
I don't know. I think Northern Ireland is an interesting one to think about because
actually, I agree with you. It's actually got big implications for England. But
no wonder Pat is pissed.
Yeah,
man.
I don't really
camping in Northern Ireland.
Oh, okay.
Pat must be pissed, you know. No wonder. I'm gonna go meet this.
Cool. Anyone want to make a point? Maybe Pat will jump on. I'm kind of hoping he will at some point. Because he'd have been someone. If he'd have jumped on, would you have let him on, Jupiter?
Yes.
Interesting.
Do you not think that I know everyone's sort of hates the civ nats as much as the eth nats, but do you not think that there may be that middle ground of the right is not kind of useful to have as like a middle ground between Ralph and Colette? Do you know what I mean? Do you not think we need a bit of middle ground between
There
Colette?
is a middle ground, Simon. It's called the Tory party.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I mean, I was there after Boris got elected and watching
Tory party? You're joking, aren't you? They're almost left. The fact of the matter is that there's gradients right across the right.
The fact is, it's a plan being rolled out. It's a pale imitation of Nick Fuente's Groper movement from the States, and the entire agenda from the beginning has been: if you read the write-ups on both Fuentes and even on fucking Hate Not Hate in 2018, the goal of the dissident right is to shift the Overton window further to the right. It's basically Ralph's spiel.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
The moment he came to the corner, is what he told everybody.
We'll regard people as cuck conservatives and other far right figures as further left than us.
Listen, I've always been aware that that's what Ralph's doing.
Yeah, it's a rollout. You know, it's quite obvious.
I've always been aware that that's what he's trying to do, pull people further right. I find it interesting that
it's like I've gone further.
Isn't that similar to what that Jim Dawson used to do as well? He tried to pull out very far right narratives to just move people a bit right.
Yeah, it's like I won't compete. I'm watching everybody else compete with like I'm further right than you dick measuring contest. So everyone's going full Nazi. I'm a fascist. I'm a fascist.
Don't you think? Don't you think it's interesting though that I don't?
Well done to you for that. You're one of the solid ones. You don't get pulled. I am watching people definitely get pulled further right because they're scared to be put into the out group.
Some people are sheep. I will admit that. Some people are sheep, but some people will say what they.
I want to ask Simon Lord a quick question. Yeah, you know when it comes to them far right, like Ralph, right? Are you against them because they're anti-LGBTQ?
Not entirely. No, that is not my main motivation at all. Because I can see across the board their way. They go beyond extreme. I don't like extremism on any level, any flavour of it. Mid ground of any flavour, I'm cool with. I screamed at somebody last night for demanding that a apostate Muslim denounce Islam, and it's like, well, he's denounced it enough. He's apostated. Do you know what I mean? And this guy was like, and he's like, it's not like an anti-Muslim server, right? It's on Discord. He doesn't have to for you. He's already done it. He doesn't have to denounce the Quran for you for every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
So.
And I defended his right to. It's like it's not a KKK far right server. Just if you don't like it, fuck off, leave it alone.
So Simon, are you no longer free speech?
I am free speech, but it's the amount. I've never spoken about it. Even the phrase has made me cringe for the last 2 years. You know, people abuse it.
What do you mean by free speech? I'm curious.
The phrase, it's just.
No, you, Simon. It's like. I don't understand. Are people not allowed to say what they want? No,
they are. I'm just asking.
Of course they
are. Yes.
Yeah, but is that include the speech you don't like also?
Of course it does, but everyone's the same. I've noticed that everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone that says they're free.
Because when people call out free speech, I find a lot of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
From the same people. Because they're trying to ban speech that they don't like.
Everybody's
free speech includes speech you don't like also.
Yes, and it's a real test to go along and not censor. So I've noticed everyone blocks people that they don't get on with.
Yeah. Is Anjem Choudhury allowed in the park then?
Well, he's obviously not, is he? As are about.
No, according to you.
According to you.
Like forget about the laws and everything, but would you allow him?
Him personally, going on past experience and the fact that he influences people to chop people's heads off and blow them up, no. But not every Muslim, obviously, because it's predominantly Muslim. But Anjem, yeah, he's a bad influence. You know, but given my way, I'd ban Ralph as well. So be fair.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I've never heard him say to chop people's head off. But so we can minus that, and everything other what he was in caught for with his freedom of speech or whatever, is he allowed to be on Speaker's Corner according to you?
Sorry, you still Anjem? You still talking about?
Anjem, yeah.
No, I don't think so. No, purely because he encourages murder.
No, he doesn't. I've never heard him say.
There's a difference.
He does.
You can have free speech, but you can't
That's not in the.
I don't agree with
You
inciting.
cannot incite violence or create outrage.
So you know when Tan talks about making 6 million Muslim to 6,000 or something, yeah, isn't it that incitement of murder or anything?
I don't think it was intended as that.
Well, people can interpret it in different ways, many ways.
They can, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when it's Tan.
So even that open to Jupiter.
It's the meaning behind the words that you have to
that bitch. I'm not talking to you, man.
Oi.
What the fuck is she interrupting, man? With that face on.
Wind it in with the insults, though. Come on.
Okay.
Has Tan got coronavirus?
Good question.
Fuck you.
Inshallah.
Punishment for them Chinese people, bro. Oppressing the Muslims.
Yeah, but people throw around the word.
Yeah, but can I say one thing? Do you know the funny thing is, yeah, these people are trying to ban niqab everywhere, yeah. Now they're forcing everyone to cover their faces. You get me? Jeez.
Hey, no, but wait. No, but no. I'm gonna be very like honest here. Yeah, I'm like serious as well. But when people do say that about the coronavirus, there has been many other forms of coronavirus has appeared in the past. Foot and mouth disease, fucking swine flu, all that shit is actually a family. All that shit. Wait. All that thing is actually called coronavirus. Coronavirus is just a family of viruses. And there's MERS also, which come from Middle East, from the Arabian Peninsula, which is much more deadlier kill streak than the one you've got currently as well. So I'm just being honest here, man. You know them ones. So
yeah, don't know.
You know what I mean?
Hey, I just need a
Taqiyya, what? You tried to do your poetry to Jada and she didn't want to hear it.
He got out one time, bro.
Irrelevant Taqiyya.
Simon, finally you made a good video.
Otherwise, we got this done.
Yo, Taqiyya, finally you made a good video. Salute.
Which video?
Give me a second. I cannot speak right now. Just give me like 2 minutes. I'll be back.
This is what you said to Jada, bro.
Haven't you seen the new video, Dunya?
Yeah.
Haven't you seen the new video?
No. This wasteman jumped on and goes reaction. He was doing Taqiyya. Fucking hell, fam.
Jada.
Taqiyya.
You know, Jupiter. Is it possible to organize a discussion with Jada, yeah, where you would let anyone come on the panel? Or is it just a selected few?
I'd have to ask her. She did say that she might be willing to do a full day where she can speak to more people.
Yeah, from what I heard,
would you let me
she
on?
didn't have a bad opinion of the Muslims that came on, so
Again, I would do it in the format that I did it. I don't believe in letting one or two people come on and just troll.
Would you let me on?
No, because you're a troll.
Can Jada come on Dan's panel on an open panel?
Jupiter, I'm not before because
can Jada come on Dan's open panel? The freedom of speech panel.
Dan would have to speak to her and ask her.
Dan, would you ever like to host Jada here on the open panel?
Yeah.
Dan.
He's got
he went to make a cup of tea, man.
Okay, he always makes his Jupiter.
Yeah, 1 second. Jupiter, I'm not a troll here. I only cast you because you were speaking when not spoken to. Otherwise, I'm not a troll.
He's not a pet.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, Greg Dunya, you've said too many really rude, disgusting things in the chats and on panels to me.
You said it too. You called me a cunt yesterday.
Yeah, I know I called you a cunt. No, I called Land Hills
So
a
I called you a
cunt. actually.
bastard today. If you called me a cunt yesterday, then I call you a bastard today. Like
Well, this
tomato,
can just go
tomato.
on
We
to
should just get on with
infinity.
life, innit? And invite me to the panel.
Yeah, that's
You get me?
fine. That's fine, bastard bitch.
Bastard.
Sounds like some Easter's East thing, innit? Remember that woman in Easter's East, innit? The one that she was, the one that
That's
was
where I got
married.
it. That's where I got it from, innit?
Bastard bitch. You bastard bitch.
You punk bitch. You punk bitch bastard. You shame me bastard. Jupiter, you
Bastard.
shame me bastard.
That's actually funny.
Yeah, Jupiter, why you shame me, you bastard? Eh?
Hey,
Let me on
did
panel.
you see what happened?
Okay?
Great dude, did you see what happened yesterday here?
Yesterday,
It was fucking hilarious, bro.
But no, I was skipping through, yeah, because it was
I
too
tell you,
mad, innit?
I'll give you, I'll give you a quick rundown.
I
Yeah,
didn't catch all of it.
Zubaida accused Jupiter to be racist. Yeah, and then Jupiter picked up some bits out. So I'm like, yeah, Zubaida said the same shit about the Asians anyway. What Jupiter got accused for, innit?
Yeah.
Oh, she went full psycho mode, bro.
Yo,
She went
Asif, man,
psycho.
yo, Asif, you bring out stuff at the wrong times.
No,
He's been going psycho on other channels.
Yeah.
I just popped into Billy's
But
and she's
what
going mad
interested
over
me,
there.
yo, Asif, I skipped through, yeah. What interested me, yeah, like when Jupiter goes, she was sexually assaulted in East London, fam. That made me laugh, you know. She was talking about no-go zone area and shit. Like, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like
That's why
even the pigeon had to like fucking disagree with Jupiter on that and agree with me.
Yeah, man. They were talking about no-go zone
Because
area.
and what it is the biggest hypocrisy I found at the time was from Wendy, because when I mentioned the reverse of it, where like Asian people or someone can't go to a white area after a certain time would feel like it's a danger to them, she called that a no-go zone under her same principles.
That's why I jumped
and she
on.
said no.
Silverleaf,
And
I called him bastard bitch. He called me bastard. I called him bastard bitch.
But you are a
Silverleaf,
bastard.
just so you've got time to record it. I called him bastard bitch. No, they really think I'm bothered about that.
Big up Silverleaf. You bastard, bitch, Jupiter. Listen, yeah. Asif,
The bloody
you know
bastard.
university, yeah.
Bloody bastard.
Asif, you know in university, yeah. Like you know, Newcastle and that, yeah. You know this whole East London, Woolwich area, all these, yeah. Were no-go zone for the Asians, innit? When Asians moved in, they were getting attacked, left by the NFs, innit? Yeah.
I don't understand it.
But this is what I mentioned. I mentioned those
like
areas
Jupiter,
in Portsmouth and Newcastle. Oh,
and
yeah,
you know
battered
people
there,
like
bro.
Jupiter. And you know what, like people like Jupiter and they moved. You get me? Where Asians were moving in because they can't get along with other.
20 faces I never stood in daylight. Why are you lying?
I wouldn't bother speaking to any faces. It's got
You
an
know,
agenda.
sometimes what the annoying thing with Jupiter, is that she fucking always talks to comments, bro. Go on, type it in the comments, innit?
Yeah,
because it's a bit rude, Jupiter, when you sometimes people will be having a conversation and you midway just shout at people on the comment section.
You
rude it's a bit rude.
You rude bastard.
It's because I don't understand
this is turning into a little troll show.
You disorderly bastard.
Come on, let's have a conversation. Come on.
Yes, Jupiter, you
Boys,
disorderly bastard, man. If someone from the chat you're replying, just put
What do
in
you
the
guys
chat.
think about the
Simon, hello.
the debate or discussion or interview by Jada?
Yes, we are just talking about
What
this.
do you think? What do you think, Taqiyya Watch?
Yeah, Taqiyya Watch.
Yeah,
we've been talking about it. What do you think?
I mean, I think I just listed like 40 minutes in total, but it was good. I mean, I was very impressed that Jada was so humble to come to the people. I mean, she's a great warrior for the West.
Taqiyya Watch. What do you think?
Yeah.
Jada said she wants Simon and the gays and that to be hanged.
I didn't hear any of that. I was there the last.
She said she wants the Christian Sharia
I didn't hear her say she
One
wants
more
them
time?
hacked. Did she actually
I
say
didn't
that?
hear that either,
She
Can you
sorry.
wants
repeat
the
it?
Christian Sharia. She wants the Christian Sharia for the Christian land.
What did you say? Yeah, we
Yes,
want
and
Christian
she
values
wants.
in Christian nations. Yes.
Yeah, she wants the
Wait,
gays to be
Taqiyya, watch. Are
hanged.
you a Christian now?
He's
Yeah.
always been a Christian.
No,
I thought he was an atheist.
Yeah.
No, forget that. So what did she
Well,
say?
are you a
on-
Christian? Wait,
Forget that.
Taqiyya, watch. Are you a Christian now?
Stick on the
Simon, ask me a
topic.
This is
question.
important. This is important
Simon,
here because
what do you
regarding
define as-
Because you
Jada,
keep moving your
she's trying
goalposts,
to
innit?
throw out
Wait,
Christian
trolls,
What did
values
she
out
say?
there.
You want to comment on?
Trolls, settle. Simon, what do you think the gay lifestyle is?
I think it's a sin, but I think people have the right to choose what they want.
So
You're
do you
saying
think
some Christian
when I say
sin means you're breaking the law of God, but we live in nations where, I mean, we're not going to have a theocracy. That's what I believe.
So we get the hate the sin, not the sinner spiel.
Taqiyya, what you doing, Taqiyya?
I set.
He's doing Taqiyya.
I set
That's
the bar
Taqiyya.
for homophobia. Shut up.
Okay, one
man,
at a
let me
time,
finish.
please.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
I think Taqiyya watches the Shia, bro.
I set the bar for homophobia quite high. Yeah, I don't class hurty words, you faggot, as homophobia. But when
Right.
someone says the gays should be killed, like they did in Ralph's chat yesterday, while Paul was on, Paul Williams, I think that's homophobia. Well, as soon as it's a call for violence, that's the bar set quite high. I don't think that's whiny,
Yeah. So end your comment if you want with a question. So this will be more productive.
How can you settle that into a Christian framework, encouraging that kind of behaviour?
So I think we should let people choose whatever they want, but I think there should be a Christian standpoint on this question. It doesn't mean that we're going to enforce this on people. They can choose to live their life as they want, but Christians or Muslims, or I believe in any, they should have a standpoint on it. It should be okay, or it's not okay, but it doesn't mean that we're going to enforce it on us. So I don't believe in theocracy. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
So basically, he's doing Taqiyya, but he actually wants you to be hanged, Simon.
No.
I don't think wants to be dead. We've had good
The way they
conversations.
interpret things is so funny.
I don't think Simon wants to be dead.
Jupiter, you bastard, man. Relax.
Next question. So what do you guys think about my discussion with Jada?
I think you're doing Taqiyya. You
don't think she knows what I know?
doing Taqiyya.
You don't think she knows what I know?
You wanted to become a priest for Jada and
Can we have some
answer the
intelligent
question.
person?
No, Taqiyya, what you wanted to answer?
Yeah, Taqiyya, it's too
a
hard to
question that was
talk.
directed towards her.
Okay. So I come from an academic background. I cannot deal with this.
I can tell.
Can we have some intelligent person?
I know, it becomes very frustrating,
No,
doesn't
you come
it?
from a Taqiyya background, man. Shut up, man. You come from a Taqiyya background.
Right.
Don't say intelligence.
So,
how dare
Jupiter,
you
I
say
think
This man's a Christian, then a Muslim, then an atheist, then a Christian again, a Buddhist tomorrow. Fuck knows, bro.
How
Taking his shahada as well.
Well, I mean,
he's intelligent.
Taqiyya, I enjoyed the stream. It's always good to know what somebody else believes and what ideology they're pushing. For me, it's good to evaluate people.
Jane knows exactly what I know, but she comes out with her name and so on.
I've got a question for you,
It's a bit difficult to speak about it.
Taqiyya, I've got a question
I was
for you,
touching
though.
on. Can I finish a sentence? I was speaking about the cultural Marxism that's infiltrated our institutions. She was nodding, but she was also tired. So that's a very sensitive topic to discuss about.
So Taqiyya, watch. Can you tell me regarding cultural Marxism from actual Karl Marx? Any from
Cultural
his,
Marxism is about.
Can you give me a reference from Karl Marx himself, though?
Cultural Marxism is about. First part, Marxism is about that you should have different classes. You talk about the working classes, working class people. I don't know how you say it in English. Middle class and the upper class. And his idea was that we should have equality. And this was in a time, we have to go back 120 years, 130 years, where you had civilizational revolution where people were going from villages to big cities. And the people were exploited because you had industrial revolution. So in this revolution, they were seeing that the people that own the companies, they were paying so low wages to the people. And he was like, we need equality. So his main idea, I think it was a good intention. So He's saying that the people, the working class people, we should work together to destroy those who are the middle class or upper class. It's a good intention. So what happened is you had revolution. It's called communism. In Soviet, they did great work with revolution. I mean, they were
Bolshevik,
successful.
Russian Revolution,
Exactly.
1917.
And then it happens also to nations like Germany. Hitler knew about it. Are you aware
Yeah,
of
I know
this?
that. But that again, so back
That was
then,
his
basically,
main-
wait. So back then, it was known as cultural Bolshevikism, right?
Yeah.
And they
So
said basically the Jews were behind the Bolsheviks.
Putin was speaking
Hitler
about
said
it.
this.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, actually, related to this, Simon, when you were talking to Jada about who was above the globalist issue and who was above the responsible for the immigration, etc. Were you pushing her towards the, as Ralph's bunch would say, the JQ?
Yeah, I think the JQ, it is a legitimate case for it. But that was not really what I asked her. I was asking her, what do you want us to focus on? And she was kind of dodging the question because it's very, very sensitive. And maybe I misunderstand her. So, yeah, she was basically saying that, yeah, the Muslim will preach what the Muslims believe. Don't blame them. That was what she said to us.
But going back to this cultural Marxism, well, the cultural Bolshevikism, that's what was known at during
So that
under the
came later.
Nazis,
Where
they said that obviously the Jews were behind the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, so Putin spoke about this. Putin spoke about it, that the people that were in the government of Soviet and
There
Russia
were quite
is the
a
same
few.
thing.
They're like Trotsky was one of them that we all know of, and there
No,
was
it's more than that.
No,
So-
I'm just saying there was an arms dealer. I forgot his name. That he
Can I finish my
was
sentence?
responsible
Yeah.
for selling
Putin
arms
spoke about it
to.
recently. You can go to YouTube, you'll find it. Just write Putin.
I've seen the video.
But I'm
When he
speaking to the
opened
audience
up
as
the
well.
Jewish museum.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. Just write Putin, Soviet, communism, 80% Jews. That's a
Yeah, I know,
tremendous number.
but
Calm
he
down,
said
calm
it
down.
when he was opening up a Jewish museum
down.
in Russia.
So if you're like 5% population, you have 80% of influence. Now we need to actually have an open conversation. I don't believe in holy cows, in the West at least.
So
We speak
you're
about
trying to
anything.
say Jews are trying to throw and push Marxism.
In Soviet, yes, that's what happened.
Okay, but today.
But Marxism, communism is an idea. Anybody can adopt this. So it is above any group. But if you look at thought leaders, communism changed its forms in around the year 1940, 50, 60s. They understood that communism is so powerful. You have to understand. It's saying that you workers are being exploited, which is true at that time. Go back 100 years. Now unite above borders. But that did not happen. It only happened in Soviet, which is basically probably 15 nations, 20 nations today. In some nations, actually, if you look at First World War, Second World War, actually, the
Has
workers
Marxism
united.
ever been
Can I
implemented
finish?
fully?
Workers, they united with their nations, they become nationalists, and they went to war with each other. Do you understand? So, if you look at thought leaders that were on the top of the communists, they say that basically we have some hinders in Europe.
Who's
Communism
that?
is
Can
a
you name
great
any of these
idea,
thought listers?
but we have. This is what they write in their books.
But who's
They
they?
write like this.
You're
It's
mentioning
called the
they.
long-
Who is they?
The communist leaders.
But who?
Thought
Like
leaders.
who? Thought.
I
Yeah, you're
don't-
mentioning thought leaders now. So who are the thought leaders?
Do you want me to do a video about this? Most of them were
Yeah,
Jews.
go on.
Yes, that's true. Do you want me
Yeah,
to?
but who then? Can you just name
I have
even one or
I
two?
have the books on my computer. I post a screenshot if you want. But listen to me. So what they said is we have some hinders. This is what they write in their books. We have some hinders. Religion is a problem because people are not susceptible to.
Can I
Too
take
much
a moment
knowledge, right?
and say James Speaker's Corner? James Speaker's Corner is a Satanist donkey bastard who fucks donkeys.
This is what they write in the books. We need to
When he drinks
infiltrate.
period blood, he's a Satanist
We need to
bastard.
infiltrate
James
institutions.
Speaker's
It's
Corner.
called. Yeah. Okay. It's
Yeah.
too much knowledge. Continue. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and say
I
James
was
Speaker's
trolling the
Corner is
troll.
a
It's called the
bestiality
long-
donkey bastard
Just-
Satanist who drinks period blood. Okay, carry on.
Just go to
It's
Google
not production
and
of
write
time.
the long march through the institutions. All right. What this means is that we're not going to do revolution like we did in Soviet. Now we're going to go into the mass media. We're going to go into school system. We're going to go into journalism. This is what they write in their books. The thought leaders. The equivalent of, let's say, atheism would be Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens. This is what they write. And this is what we have today. All the institutions are infiltrated. And Jada know about this, but this is sensitive.
I don't know, man, because this type of a similar thing, it's this ideology regarding, I believe is actually very anti-Semitic, and I don't really.
Do you want me to put forth the exact
Wait,
page number?
listen. There could have been some Jews possibly involved in this, but I don't really believe all Jews got a fucking some sort of an email.
Hashtag not all Jews.
It's not limited to
Jews.
Jews.
They never got an email saying that, okay, let's fucking put out this fucking communism out there.
It's not limited to Jews.
Yeah,
I'm saying that Jews had a prominent role, but it's outside of Jews as well.
Yeah, because all this stuff is absolutely accurate and way above my knowledge of history. I'm not going to refute it in any way, but when it filters down to the less intelligent in the chat, it becomes, someone was talking about letting waves of Jays into the country, and I was like, I wasn't aware of any big Jewish immigration into the country, actually. Do you know what I mean? It gets filtered down and simplified with people less intelligent than you to, Simon, there's too many Jews.
Yeah, sorry.
So you have to really, I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not tone policing, but you have to be really careful about.
But no, we don't do this with Muslims. Let's be honest, Simon. When I speak about Islam, and people say not all Muslims, that's not what we're saying. We love Muslims. We challenge some of their beliefs. But we don't hate Muslims.
Let me ask you a question.
So why did Jews get extra?
It is true. I mean, it is true that
this is unfair.
You haven't been able to criticize anything Jewish without being called anti-Semitic, just as much as being for longer than being called an Islamophobe.
Okay, Simon, should I post you the screenshot? Do you want to see it? I'll do it right now, actually.
In your ideal Christian world, would you allow witchcraft?
Yeah, I think they have the right to do what they do, but I will also challenge them.
How would you challenge them?
So you
challenge them by challenge what they believe and what they're pushing.
Big up Luciferians.
And if they deny you and carry on practicing the witchcraft,
but I also would challenge them.
There is a law in your Bible that says
no, that's Old Testament covenant, meaning it's not for Christians.
Now you are changing your goalpost.
No,
but didn't witches get burnt in the UK not long ago?
Yeah, but that's not Christian belief. So, Dunya, let me see if you actually have.
But it was actually done under Christianity, right?
Don't help him. And Dunya, what is my position about this?
You want Christian law to be about Britain and Europe, and you have opposition called the witchcraft, the druid and shit like Jupiter's on.
No.
So what are you gonna do about it, boy?
That's not my position. My position is Christian values should be pushed. I don't think a government should be neutral.
Christian
value. I don't believe we should have theocracy. Do you understand what theocracy means? By the way, Simon, do you see the screenshot?
Yeah.
This is one of the thought leaders. Do you see that I highlighted the strategy of the long march through the institutions?
Yeah.
This means that you're going to infiltrate, and it's going to take time. Do you see it?
What's going to infiltrate?
Yeah. If you want the exact book, I have it as a link. Okay, let's move on. This is not Simon's show. We have to somebody here, but yeah.
You still haven't answered my question. You want to move on?
Wait, 1 second. Who was this book fucking written by?
The thought leaders of communism. They said basically
this very book you're obviously showing a screenshot of. Who was this author of?
Do you want the exact name?
Yeah, if you could post it.
Yeah, give me 30 seconds and I'll find it for you. But yeah, I don't want this to be about me. There's a lot of people on the panel, but let me find the book name for you. It's called just go to Google and search for Frankfurt School. That is a switch between Marxism, which is about economy, to cultural Marxism.
Yeah, I was researching it the other day because I didn't know enough about it.
Yeah. Okay, here's the name of the person who wrote it. The book name is Counter Revolution and Revolt by Herbert Marcuse. Do you want the book link to it?
No, I just want the author, just the author's name.
Yeah, Herbert Marcuse. Sorry, I just pulled that up.
Can you
my
type,
mic weren't working.
I'll post a link to the book.
Yeah.
Page 55
if you could do
56.
Yeah,
here's in the chat.
I'm more interested in the author himself.
Yeah, so you have to understand that working class people, when they explain this, they will explain it more slappy, but they have a point. I'm middle class myself. I used to be working class, and I will explain more precise. Page 55 is in the chat. Let me post it in the YouTube as well.
I'll get it up on the screen. I'll get it up on the screen, Taqiyya. Watch. Hold on.
Yeah, please do. Page 55. Here it is.
Because you're saying this is a Marxist author, right?
Yeah, the leader.
No. The guy that wrote the book.
Yeah. I posted the link to you in the chat.
I want to know more about the actual author himself.
Oh, I see.
Because what did these stand for and stuff? You know what I mean, innit?
Right. I post the link. You can just go to page 55, 60, you'll find it, if you prefer.
Yeah, sorry.
Can I sum it up?
Fuck, I just read that to you and no one else. I was reading that out to the chat. But,
oh, wow.
So yeah, they didn't hear that. All right, so this is, for those who don't know, sorry, it might be getting a bit academic. But cultural Marxism in a nutshell is a theory that the left has kind of infiltrated, co-opted, and worked within a more traditional, maybe right-wing kind of
cultural revolution.
Yeah,
it's about changing how people think, the culture.
I mean, okay, I can appreciate. All right, so the Frankfurt School. Maybe I don't know if you can add some a bit of context. So this is people talk about the Frankfurt School. Yeah. It's a group of thinkers.
Yeah, that had major attraction worldwide, and they were affecting non-Jews. So it's not limited to Jews. Let me just make that super clear. It's people who believe that we need equality through financial equality, but they view that there's some hinders for people to become more susceptible to communism. So what they do is they try now to sabotage the hinders, religion, family. They're pushing for a lot of things to just break down society to rebuild it later. That is their beliefs. It's a cultural revolution. I posted one more screenshot. This is from 1971. He's not a Jew, so remember, this is not limited to Jews, but the thought leader were Jews. And if you look at the screenshot I posted, he said that we'll have a new revolution in America. It will not be like the revolution we had. He's referring to Soviet. Now we're going to have a cultural revolution. Can you see it? This is about infiltration.
Okay. So what's the take from Asif? Because Asif, I think, is critical of the term when it's deployed by
people who don't know what it means.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, James SC has just said something similar in the chat. He said it's a term that critical theorists employ themselves. I tend to think that but critical theorists and academics, by definition, are kind of grounded in a like an intellectual rigor, I guess you could say, that usually means that they don't kind of get caught up in. I suppose what I'm trying to say is idiots shouldn't be deploying quite complex terms and sort of bandying them about and considering their possible implications. I mean, because the thing is what you've just said there, Taqiyya Watch. Someone could get hung up on the term Jew, right? They could get hung up on the fact that these people were Jewish, and to them, it fits a wider pattern of Jews who appear to inhabit kind of crucial kind of hinges of society. So they manage to get themselves into every single little crevice of the system.
But Dan, let's not minimize the role of the Jews.
But the term cultural Marxism is a made up term, though, isn't it?
It's describing a phenomenon, so they don't use it themselves. It is
a made up term, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's describing a phenomenon. So if you compare to how Jews behave, I mean, first of all, if you look at the newspaper where I live, which is Sweden, all the major newspaper, it's owned by, Jewish company. Are you aware about this? It's not the government who owns it. It's very disturbing. If you go to CNN, you think CNN is owned by the government?
No, everybody knows it's owned by the guy that owned WCW.
All of this is verifiable
I forgot his
information.
name, but that's actually exactly who it was.
All of this is verifiable information. You look at Mark Collette, you might think that he's disgusting.
Yeah, but wait.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
You might think that he's disgusting wrong on 10 points, but on this point, he's correct. He has so much verifiable information. Watch it.
Yeah, but you mentioned 1 second. So you mentioned about Jews owning. Wait, 1 second. You mentioned about Jews owning things and stuff, but there are even non-Jews also just as powerful or owning things like the Jews.
Can you hear me?
So,
yes. My point is,
14.
If you are 2% of your population,
14 deleted.
Yeah, if you're 2% population and you now have influence of 40%, it's called disproportional influence. And if you have disproportional influence, it's nothing wrong with that. You're doing good. We should never reward people doing good. But if you have a bias and you act based on your group identity to sabotage, man, we need to ask serious questions. Do you understand? Non-Jews, yes, it can happen. But 2%, if they have 40% of the influence, we need to ask follow-up questions. What do you think, Asif?
Not really. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes and a no to it as well. Obviously, you should question it, but then obviously at the same time, I don't really believe it's too much to be like super concerned about, because at the same time, you do have like fucking, what's that guy's name? Rupert Murdoch. Is he a Jew?
Yeah.
I think he is, yeah.
He's a Jew. Fucking hell. Okay. I
he has influence in Fox News. I think he's a owner. He wrote, why is the Jewish-owned media, referring to CNN, being against Israel?
Now, wasn't
Yeah.
Murdoch
But
and
wait.
two other
When it
people buying
comes to Richard
some
Murdoch and
oil
Israel, yeah,
in the
So,
he's
Golden
got
Heights?
Dan, I'm out.
yeah. That's what I was on about. The Golden Heights oil.
Golden Heights.
Why is
He's got
America funding? Hold
investment.
on. Why is America funding a first world nation like Israel?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you
Can
understand how
I
much?
mention that? Yeah. I understand why America would do it as well, right?
Please
There
share.
are several reasons. There are several reasons behind it. One of the reasons behind it is actually the evangelicals also, because they believe they have to fucking, you know what I mean, look after the Jews, help greater Israel, so the rapture, second coming, all that stuff happens. What Ralph actually believes in himself. Do you know what I mean? And that's one. Another position they also come from as well. They see it as a strategic point in the Middle East to control the Middle East. And another point they will also come from, Israel is also leading in cyber security and all that stuff as well. So I
Yeah,
would
because they're
understand why
highly
a
trained.
country, I would understand why
America
a
is so
country,
infiltrated.
wait, listen, I understand why a country would want to support Israel at the same time. Like Israel is not really much of a country to fuck with. Do you know how much cyber attacks they've done on Iran in the last fucking 6-7 years or some shit? Even under Obama.
Yeah. So first of all, I support
Like, do you know
Israel's
about
right.
that Stuxnet?
Yeah. So first of all,
Stuxnet virus and all other viruses they've done.
I don't know about this, but I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
that.
what, Dan, you know about that one, right?
Stuxnet, yeah. That was an
Yeah.
interesting one. Yeah.
Israel, UK, and fucking USA, they shut down fucking nuclear plants and shit, and they've done more afterwards.
Well, if I remember correctly,
this-
I've heard Phil and Ralph argue on Raspek's channel, which is now down, unfortunately, because that was a really good debate. And Phil was basically saying, why are we wasting loads of money propping up this country in the Middle East that doesn't have our best interests at heart? And that
Dan,
is...
it's 38 billion in 10 years.
Yeah,
Imagine
I get it. I
if
get it.
America...
I think he sort of laid it out. So again, there you have a figure from Taqiyya Watch, 38 billion. To which
that's correct. That is correct.
Ralph responded, essentially, for him anyway, Israel is a justification for his ethno-nationalism. So Israel's right to exist lays the foundation for this kind of modern ethno-nationalism, where
that's like people like Richard Spencer will support Israel also.
If we will support Israel because it essentially grounds our politic, and yeah, I mean it also insulates them from accusations of anti-Semitism. I would say.
No. Dan, it's the opposite. Ethno-nationalists are really mad at Israel. They don't support. They just either they are calling it out because they see hypocrisy, or they're just neutral.
Well, this is it.
Yeah, but
this is it. And this is one of the many examples where there's someone who appears to be further right than Ralph, despite his proclamations.
Ralph is a Christian like me, right? So he believes that
he's a shit Christian, Christian.
Yeah, so he believes that we should stand behind Israel's right to exist, and then he just leaves it there. I put a screenshot from Jerusalem Post exposing how many of the funders of the right wing are Jewish and left wing Jewish. Could you show this on the screen, Dan? This took me a lot of research to find out.
So wait. Regarding that,
this is gold, man. This is gold. I'm showing you how America is infiltrated. Dan, do you see the screenshots?
Yeah. So you got to give me a second. It's not as quick as you might think. Welcome.
Are the Koch brothers Jewish?
I don't even know who that is.
You don't even know who the Koch brothers are?
All right, hold on. Wait, before we get down this rabbit hole, welcome to Jordan M on the panel.
Hi, Jordan.
Big up.
Peace. Hello, mate.
Yeah, we were...
Salam alaikum, Jordan.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm not sure the point that you jumped in on.
So basically, he was mentioning...
The point was America, both left and right wing, is infiltrated. That's why they are so heavy biased.
They're infiltrated by Jews.
Reasons. Of course.
Is that what you're saying, Taqiyya? Yeah?
Look at the donations. If you're 2% population and now you are donating 40% of left wing, right wing, you're gonna ask for favors. This is disproportionate.
Yeah, obviously, it's legal bribery. No, it's legal bribery. That's but that's legal bribery. That's what that is when it comes to political donations, isn't it? That's one thing. But obviously, wait, 1 second, Great Dunya, yeah. Wait. He's trying to say, yeah, the Jews are fucking donating, but you got people like Koch brothers who are fundamental Christians who are donating. Fucking, what's that one with the fucking Blackwater, that Prince guy? Their family billionaire. Yeah, their family's billionaire. They donate loads to the Republican Party as well, the same way.
But I can take this. I can take this at face value. So I'm going to read it out. The reason for such intense scrutiny is the outsized contributions of Jewish donors to U.S. political campaigns, with Jewish donors contributing a whopping 50% of funds received by the Democrats and 25% to the Republican Party. I mean, that's not mind blowing to me. I mean, Al Jazeera put out a documentary a couple of years ago called The Lobby, which looked at the Labour Friends of Israel and the Conservative Friends of Israel.
But this is not normal knowledge. This is not normal knowledge. The laymen don't know about it.
Well,
do you know? There's even a group here in in America known as Christians for Israel, which is actually has a lot of powerful politicians and generals and all that stuff involved in there.
My bigger point was that we should ask follow-up questions. That was my bigger point. That if you have this amount of disproportional influence, ask follow-up questions.
That's what we're doing. We're asking questions regarding it, and we're obviously asking questions that even opposing it. So it's going both ways, isn't it?
So if left and right-wing media is only 40% by a group of people that are like 2% of the population, we have to ask question: what are they feeding us?
No, but it's not. It's not that. This is. But again, when it comes to even groups like Christians for Israel, they obviously follow the Schofield Bible reference.
Right.
If you've heard of that one, right?
You should be aware that there's a bias, because if you donate.
But the Schofield Bible reference, obviously.
Can I finish? So if I donate money, a large amount of money, maybe I want to be part of designing the song. That's my argument.
Again, it's got many factors involved, because there are actual fundamental Christians in America are letting this happen.
A fundamental Christian is someone who believes in Christ, yes.
No, there's evangelical ones.
Evangelical means you follow Christ. That's what it means. There's nothing weird.
These guys will fully 100% support Jews. They will put Jews before them.
I mean, if you want to go further, you would say
and Israel. The reason why Israel gets so much money, because there are groups called like Christians for Israel, who has got people like Mike Pompeo, Mike Pence involved.
These are big Christians that support Israel. Big up Christians that support Israel. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but these are big time. No, but this is why fucking America will give, one of the reasons why America will give Israel so much money.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think.
Would you deny that? Would you deny that one? Or this is part of the reason they listen. I have heard you, right? These televangelists and all these people actually say, if you don't protect Israel and give him the funding, God will destroy America. They have said this. Many even politicians, the senators and all that congressmen and shit in America, they have said this themselves.
Yeah, but listen to me. Yeah. So if you live in America and let's say that 60% of the people are Christians, you should expect that 60% of Christians donate the money. But if you have 2% of the population donating 40 or 50% of the money, you should follow a question about their bias. That was my whole point. My next point, if I'm allowed to continue, or do you want to comment on it?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So what do I think about what do I believe on the word 14? So if you look at the word 14 in isolation, every nation deserves to be majority in their own nation. I mean, who can go against that? I don't go against that. I believe that you should be majority in Nigeria, in India, in Britain, in Sweden, whatever. It's nothing wrong with that.
The words are fine.
But there's just one point that we need to have, and that's the context that 14 doesn't stand in isolation. Actually, 1488 is actually the theme, which is, you say, protect the white children and Heil Hitler, which I don't protect. But I think that when you speak to people, you have to be honest. We don't do straw men. What do they actually intend when they say it? And what I see is that, that they believe that the nation is under attack, and they really believe that, yeah, we should make sure that we're always the majority. They don't believe in Heil Hitler, so I don't think we should do strawman. So if you want to do strawman, yeah.
Are you native to the land you're residing in?
No, I have an African background.
So how do you explain that?
Well, I try to distinguish the message from the messenger. So, yeah. So I believe that each nation, if you were here, I don't know if you just got here, India should be majority, Nigeria should be majority, Chile, Sweden, and so on. If you want to have 15%, 20% immigrants, that should be up to the nation. That's my position.
The Christchurch killer didn't have the 88 on his guns either, though, did he? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know, but that's
he didn't. He just had 14 words.
That's a flawed thinking. We don't.
It's not flawed at all. It's accurate. The Christchurch.
So do you want me to refute that or respond to that?
Well, I just said the Christchurch killer only had the words 14 words, not the 88. It's accurate.
Yeah. So it didn't start with him, right?
I know.
Yeah, that was something.
Yeah.
So if I may finish.
Yeah.
If I may finish. So the idea of the 14 is that they want to make sure that they're always the majority. And if you invite people to your nation, that's beautiful. You're helping them, they're suffering. But they could take 1 room, 2 rooms. But if you take all 5 rooms that you have, that's a useful idiot.
Because to get a little bit conspiracy, when they said the Christchurch shooter was a lone wolf, I don't really believe he was, because when I watched the footage, he was picking up magazines at the doorways, which had already been left for him, and he was shooting into piles of already dead bodies. And then when it was in the papers, the carpet wasn't the same. And he was the second person to go through that building with a gun. You could see it in the footage.
Yeah.
He wasn't alone. He wasn't working alone at all. That was part of a network.
But Simon, do you believe that Africa should become majority Chinese people?
Of course not.
So that's what 14 is. They believe that.
But
if you isolate it
when you
from
mix
88,
it, but what you're
that's
doing
what they
is
believe.
You're isolating it from the Z-Kiles,
right?
From everything else. Do you see what I mean? That there is so much Nazi symbolism that anyone with a brain can't ignore it. It's being glamorized. It's being slightly fetishized, in fact, by Ralph, who constantly sexualizes everything and refutes every intellectual argument I have back down to the most base level of my sexuality, and I must be wrong because I'm a sexual misfit. And I don't think I am.
Okay, I cannot speak for Ralph. I think he should speak for himself. But think about it yourself. Do you think that Nigeria would accept 80% Chinese would be there, or 40%?
Obviously not.
Never.
No,
this is just
but
white.
We're narrowing back down to one kind of on the 14.
But I'm trying to
mixture of the 14 with the Z-Kiles, with the Jewish question. Do you see how it appears too far right and a little bit too Nazi fetish?
Okay.
The whole thing.
So you have to understand that the right-wing experience. We're called.
I do.
Okay, we're called.
And I haven't experienced any homophobia or any otherness towards me until now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Simon,
you see that?
Okay, you have to let me make a case. You have to understand the right-wing experience and the grievance that the right-wing have. So they're pointing out, let's say, grooming gang, and for years, I think at least to the year 1900 or 2015 or
but they're
14.
Not just sticking at relevant stuff.
Let me finish. Come on, man.
Sorry, but they're not just sticking at relevant stuff.
Simon,
they're obsessed with trans. They're obsessed with gays. They're obsessed with Jews. Sorry.
Simon, we're gonna have self-control on this. Just let me make it and try to count what I'm saying. Yeah. So the right people have been mistreated and called Nazis, racist, and all Islamophobe and homophobe, and all of this, for legitimate cases, which is now mainstream, which means that now the word Nazi and Islam, it has no value.
Well,
so when they make the
Sikh sorry.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So when they make the Sikh they're trolling you because nobody believes this word.
I know, it's a little bit incorrect, but you're correct at the same time. So when people do use like Islamophobe or racist and stuff a bit too much, you do lose the power of the actual word. I agree with that as well myself.
That's good.
But at the same time, when it goes back, let's say I'm going to go back to the cultural Marxism thing, right? It actually came from cultural Bolshevikism, which came from the actual Nazis. So obviously, when you do believe such a thing like that, and someone calls you Nazi, then obviously it is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I say if you're going to kind of indulge it, and people then to cry about being Nazi shamed. Oh,
No,
Yeah.
the right wing.
Do you see where I'm coming from here, right?
The right, you don't understand that the right wing, we call each other Nazis.
Yeah.
We're making fun of you guys.
Look,
So if you
that's the thing.
really want to refute
That's
us,
the thing. You're saying you guys, and my entire voting record is right at the moment, and that's where I've been veering. And you see, you immediately get decried as a lefty or a communist or not a nationalist. I've been downgraded to a liberal that hates Islam when I'm one of the few people that I've got quite a good understanding of Islam, and I've got quite a good balance on it, even though I've had a quite bad experience with it so far. But it's like my political opinion isn't reliant on other people's. It doesn't take some brown man with big ears to go, the Overton window is shifted. You're now a liberal. It's like,
Simon,
no,
we have to zoom out. We have to zoom out because this is a.
I'm saying I am zoomed out. What I'm saying is my political position is what it is, and it isn't reliant on somebody else to then say, no, you are now this. Do you know what I mean? You're now left wing.
So Simon,
I'll
give you the recipe. I'll give the recipe. If you want to refute someone or actually change their mind, don't follow Lister. Do you know what model you should follow?
Yeah, sorry. I just you're very forceful in the conversation, so I have to force myself.
Destiny.
You know what I mean?
Do you know who that is on YouTube?
Destiny. What? The game?
No, it's a lefty. He don't do straw man. He actually listens to what we say, and then he's finding errors in how we think, like logical fallacies.
Yeah.
This is the model you should follow if you want to red pill us. As long as you do straw mans, we're just gonna grow.
What you saying?
From what I knew, Simon's on the right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, when I say you, I'm talking to the people in chat as well. Sorry.
Okay, cool.
That's what I mean. So if you want to red pill us, follow the model of Destiny, or secular talk is also very good. Don't follow like young Turks. They're just doing red herrings. We look at them, we just think they are retarded.
Yeah, no, Gunk's funny. I've seen Gunk advocating shagging animals is okay as long
Simon,
as you're the active one.
Simon, I want to ask, I will finish by this. Do you think that those who profess the 14s, do you think that they have a case when they become a minority in their own nation?
I don't think anyone should be a minority in their own nation, but I can't advocate their use of it. It's dirty.
I think you're downplaying it, Taqiyya Watch. You're downplaying the use of it, 14. It's not just about that.
Okay, so Dan, did I say that I think in isolation is correct, but in the context, the one who founded it also added 88. So to use that, I think that's insensitive. Dan, did I say that earlier?
I mean, that's a good point. That's a detail I didn't really know. That the fact that it has been deliberately split apart, but it's a detail.
No. I mean, what they are expressing is frustration. The media is against them. The politicians are against them. Even the right is weak. So it's a source of strength. They know it's a math game. They become a minority in their own nation. I think it's 2066 in Britain.
Well, this is based on a mathematical model as well, isn't it? Which I really need to know the difference between the different kinds of mathematical models and the projections, because it is still only a projection. I need to see the difference and understand the difference between them, because
what do you compare to? Sorry.
It's still a mathematical projection. It's not concrete.
Oh yeah. It's projection means it's estimation. So right. So now we're dealing with researchers. So when they say in 30 years, they make updates probably every 7 or 10 years. It's not written in stone, but it's based on something.
One of the things I think would be helpful is in the Census Act, it says we have it every 10 years. We can have it every 5 years under one of the acts. And I think at the moment, with everyone guessing, I think it'd be a really good idea to, everyone's waiting for the census. Let's have one every 5 years. That would be a really practical.
So Simon, will you spout out the 14 words right now?
Absolutely. We must secure a future for the white race and white children.
All right, so now you're alt-right.
And all of them. But I don't support. There's nothing wrong with, like I say, nothing wrong with the sentence. But when it's just a 14 everywhere, combination with Heil everyone, Heil Ralph, Heil Braden, Heil Simon, I can't support that environment.
It's
especially
right
when
wing trolling. That's what it is. It's right wing, and among people, there might be like bad rotten apples, but they have a case. Unless you can address their core issue, man, you are the best advocates for their cause.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I see.
I just really think you have to police people like W3. You know, we must buy arms. We must import them from America. We must militarize like the IRA.
Yeah, that was kind of nuts. That was kind of nuts. If you've got screenshots
you have
or
to sort
whatever
that
of
shit
that,
out,
that's
Simon.
fucking.
Not everyone's at your level of intellect.
Because I think that's an argument that could be made on the flip side. I think it would follow that you know the vast majority of Muslims probably wouldn't be susceptible to extreme terroristic narratives, but
yeah, we know that. It's no.
We still have to have some
news.
concern for the outliers, and I think if there are kids who have responded to Ralph's videos and whatever else, and are thinking along the lines of, let's get some weapons, let's militarize, etc. It's not good. Yeah,
and if we're going to call out Suleiman, we've got a duty, and people around him, then it would be hypocritical to not point out these people as well. You know, we're always pointing at Suleiman and calling him a terrorist, and anyone associated with Anjem. And
yes, Simon, I'm quite new to this topic. I'll tell you the truth. I'm trying to understand it. That's where I am. But I think they have legitimate case.
Yeah.
And if you call them a Nazi, it's a huge mistake.
Oh, but the other thing is, I'm not
follow
calling
Destiny, please. Go to YouTube and follow Destiny.
Yeah, I will do. I'm not. I will be clear. I sit around in a tan tango top often and go out in the street, and it's got a Buddhist swastika on the back of it. When I'm calling people Nazi, I'm calling Ralph a Nazi.
But you know,
it
I'm
doesn't work.
Ralph. It has the opposite
Oh, it
effect.
has, because it triggered him into a 3-hour stream about my rectum.
But that's even better, because now he can brag.
He was
about persecution.
absolutely seething, and he can hear it in his voice for days.
It doesn't work.
My friend.
It doesn't work.
It triggered him into a flow of. I could hear it in his voice.
But it doesn't work.
I quite plainly
now
did.
we can use that to
Use
explain
what?
that persecution.
Well, he can broaden it out and say he called us all Nazis, but I'm just clarifying now that
But Ralph has a case. He has a case.
If you're going to fall then people will troll you, and you can't Nazi shame.
He's using data numbers. Do you understand? This is thing that you can.
But he also lies. And that is a verifiable fact.
I don't know. Maybe he has flaws, and you call it out. I mean, I have challenged Ralph publicly, but I think he has a case. So separate the man from the messenger, from message. I have to go now, but thanks, Dan. You're doing great work, Dan, by the way. Great moderation and great topics you're raising.
Nice one, man. Big up yourself, Taqiyya.
Watch. Nice one, Si.
Yeah, we got Jordan M and Simon Lord on the panel, ladies and gents. Yeah, Jordan, I don't know if you heard the stream with Jupiter and Jada Franson earlier on this evening.
No, I tend to switch off if I see Jupiter.
Switch off.
No offense.
It was
I didn't see it.
It was an interesting one. She had some big numbers, man. She had like 150 something people.
150 something, yeah.
And I started up not long after I jumped off. I spoke to Jada for a little while, and I had about 40 people.
Were they debating
it.
or in agreement?
So there were some debates. Interesting input from Reactionary, and also Shia Issa. They both got on. Shia Issa tried to kind of distinguish for Jada between Shias and Sunnis, as he usually does. And she wasn't really feeling it when he jumped off the call. When he jumped off the call, she pretty much did takfir on him and said that he wasn't a real Muslim. It was interesting, man. I mean, she's got her own sort of take on Islam. Obviously, she's quite vocal about that. But maybe
I'd like to have heard it. I'd like to have heard what France's feelings are.
I think you'd have been an interesting guest, actually. If I think Jupiter would have let you on with some haste as well, because
Ralph. I'm banned from Ralph's stream.
Me too.
I'm not.
all the best people are.
I think you've joined some esteemed company there, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm very proud.
Yeah, I think I'm banned. I think I was banned from possibly before he set up the channel, but
I kind of get now. Do you remember the first time we met? You just come off a stream because I hadn't really heard it until I heard it in this video, and I understood why you were so frustrated. You know, I kind of downplayed it. I was like, oh, he's just someone that's been wound up by Ralph, and you were just like, fuck everyone. I kind of get now.
Ralph,
I watch what he does with other people. I won't go onto a platform where he's got the buttons because he manipulates, and he like with Raj and other. I know Raj is like fucking. He's like a fucking terrier, and but what Ralph does is when people disagree with him, he puts them into the back room on the naughty step and then lets them get angry and then brings them out to shout and make a dick of themselves. And it's entirely manipulative. You know what I mean? So there's no point in going on to I'll go on to Banksy's and talk to him. But I won't go on to I know you won't, Jordan.
Possibly a preview.
I shared a stream with Banksy a few minutes ago. He jumped on Velly and said, "Oh, you're always in your echo chamber. I finally get to speak to you." So we had a conversation.
Did you kiss and make up?
No, that's not going to happen. But he got a lot off his chest.
Okay.
We got JK incoming. Analyzed said, "What? Yeah, JK's jumping in. That's a rarity. Second, maybe third appearance on the stream this year actually for JK. He's taking a little bit of a break. Analyzed Dunya, that was on Jupiter's channel. So take a little. You'll probably be able to get some clips from that. But it was interesting, and I asked her towards the end whether or not because she's kind of on this ethno nationalist tip. She's talking about the Great Replacement and spicy nationalist talk. I call it. She was getting spicy, and I said, okay, so do you believe in Ireland for the Irish? And she then started talking about how she's just moved to Northern Ireland, and she was raised Catholic, and now she's there. She realizes how like intense it is, and doesn't really want to get involved. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Someone in the chat was saying that she was seen recently in Ulster with some quite prominent loyalists, and I don't know. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but it was interesting. It was interesting. Yeah, I mean, Pat would have probably got to the core of the conversation quicker. But it was interesting because she seemed to be she was half kind of conceding that there are problems with ethno-nationalism and just looking the same as someone, or just sharing the same kind of ethnic identity as someone isn't necessarily all you need for a cohesive society.
I tried that. I mean, I try not to play the man, not the ball. But when you have characters like, my understanding is Jupiter's got a black husband. Taqiyya Watch was just there, an African residing in Sweden, and he's probably in an interracial relationship as well. I wouldn't ask him those personal questions, but is that not just pure hypocrisy when you're coming out with the 14, that you're not sort of living by it and you're sort of advocating it?
Yeah, Jupiter wasn't. She wasn't doubling down on the 14 earlier on. Simon kind of broke it down, and Witness was there as well, who'd have probably done a better job.
Got a good understanding of the origin.
He's got a good understanding of it, and then she basically said she agrees with the words, and I think what she meant, she agrees with the concept, but wants to kind of
everything away from
wants to kind of avoid the 88 part, wants to kind of trim away the guy who actually coined the phrase and his background and what he did to get himself his prison sentence and whatever else. I mean, all of that stuff is just dark, and I would assume Ralph knows what he's talking about when he's saying that. But yeah, 14 for everyone doesn't really work, and I think you made a good point by asking Taqiyya what his background is, because it's I think you also have to, if you're considering these ideas and you're advocating them, you have to place yourself within your own ideas. You have to ground yourself in your own ideas first. And if, like Ralph, for me, the whole self-deport that's not the solution. That's not like you'll get out.
I think if Ralph went back to India and did, said 14 and really helped his natives there, and Taqiyya Watch went back to Africa and, kept it there, then I think that position would be respected. But I don't understand how you're sitting in another country telling the natives there, Ralph tells me you're going to deport me.
I've heard him say, yeah. I've heard it. I've heard it bandied about. Well, yeah. But it's the thing. Ralph has basically got to convince people who kind of look like you to deport you. He can't do it himself. That's the only way it will happen. Ralph won't be doing the dirty work, I don't think. I mean,
I want to know who they're subcontracting the deportation to and who's running the gulags. Is it G4S? Who are they staffing?
I'd love to see, after he's sort of, obviously he's going to deport all the Indians that are here back to India, and then he's going to go and join them.
Yeah.
I'd love to see his welcome him when he comes off the plane.
The red carpet awaits. Yeah. Welcome to JK on the panel. Big up yourself, man. I always feel like making a cup of tea whenever I see you jump on panels, man.
FRD in the house.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello.
Yeah,
hello,
good,
Simon.
How you doing?
Jordan. Hello. Thank you for having me on, Dan.
All good, man. Have you seen the events of this evening? Did you see Jupiter on Jada Franson, on Jupiter's channel?
Jada Franson from Britain First.
Yeah. Formerly.
Did you
on
miss it?
Jupiter's channel?
Yeah,
Did you miss it?
On Jupiter's channel.
I didn't see that. I wasn't aware that they had any form of connection.
She's roping in the big names, the big guns. Yeah.
John Lawrence would have roped her in.
So what were they sort of discussing?
Let me think. I didn't watch the first hour and a bit of the panel. I jumped on towards the end and listened.
Dexter Rico. Sorry.
Simon, just check your Discord quickly, please.
Okay.
Your messages.
Yeah.
Thanks. I don't see Jupiter to be some sort of ideologue. She's just a person that may have what she sees to be certain concerns and frustrations, and that sort of manifests in supporting far-right individuals or movements.
Quite a succinct assessment there. I think that's quite accurate, to be fair. Oh shit! There's no swearing, just like an accurate characterization, I'd say. Yeah.
He's cool and calm as a cucumber. This one. He just says it as it is.
Has Jupiter been an ethno-nationalist for a while, or is it been a recent?
I think that's.
I remember when what's his name? Ralph first came on the scene. She sort of gravitated towards him, whilst not actively identifying as an ethno-nationalist. But I think as time has progressed, she has embraced that sort of identity much more.
Yeah, I mean, she does go against it, I have to say, but she just kind of, I think she just finds Ralph entertaining. I mean, I have to, what I said to her was the truth. I do think she does kick back, but she's kind of scared to do it in the group, because I'm seeing loads of group think in that group. Do you know what I mean? They're, like I said, circumspect. They look around to see what's okay. And she won't, I mean, she agreed with me on one of England's streams about the 14 thing, and then it all went very quiet. I'm not sure the rest of the group approved of her agreeing. Do you know what I mean? And she's very careful to the way she phrases it now. But
one thing I'm impressed with Jupiter is because I've never really cared what she thinks or what but she's sort of built up a sort of where people are actually talking about her opinions, like they mean things in other panels and everything. So she's done well.
She's kind of like the every woman. She's like a benchmark for the white working class with two mixed race kids.
See her, she's like that embarrassing.
She's the Nazis
aunt in the pub who's a bit racist.
She's the Nazis, aren't they?
And what else was being discussed? Yeah, Shia Issa jumped on and tried to kind of bridge the gap, I think, between the Shias and the right wing, the ethno-nationalists, sort of saying, I think he said, what did he say?
Oh, my word.
He sort of extended the olive branch by saying he would basically be as vocal as he could about Sunni Islam and swear at them and a couple other things. And it was like, is that good enough? And she's like, nah, not really. I don't think you're a proper Muslim. And he left the channel.
Backfired.
And then
so he would Shia Issa would team up with the Nazis against the Sunnis. That's how, to the extent of his.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit of a reduction, but she was pretty dismissive of his brand of Islam. and kind of drilled into like the Quran and was sort of saying, yeah, I don't think she was having it really. Reactionary jumped on and had a bit of a go. Kind of talked about shared values and talking about sort of try to do the sort of interfaith thing between like Islam and Christianity and say, you know, we all share the same foundational principles. Jump on shit, Issa, man. Jump on. You know I'm telling the truth though. You know I'm telling the truth. That was the facts. She weren't feeling you, man.
Yeah.
She weren't.
I'm like shit. Issa's nightmare, Sunni and white.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. You could have got on there, man. You could have got on there.
Nightmare. We're never gonna get on.
No, I wouldn't say he was begging it. I wouldn't say he was begging it on there, but she weren't receptive. She weren't receptive. All right, shit. Issa's in the back chat, so he'll be in shortly to defend his name. They say I'm doing him dirty out there. That's what they're saying. Mad Dunya back on the panel. I guess he's getting ready for shit Issa.
So what's the deal with this?
Oh, wait there. Mad Dunya, you blocked him. Have you blocked him?
You're big up Dan, bruv. You're
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was a tactical one. You jumping on the panel quickly. Yeah, all right. Now, come on, man.
Great, Dunya.
Come on, man. We've got to let the man himself, the man of the hour, explain what happened there.
God. Where's that kid? Where's that kid?
He's in the back chat. You got him blocked, innit?
What was that? The kid.
Yeah, Shia Issa, you're in, bruv.
No, I don't have him blocked.
You ain't got him blocked, are you sure?
Oh man, I don't have him blocked, man.
I don't think I've blocked him. He may have blocked me.
It was an interesting part of the conversation, so I jumped on in it before the Marxism and that. It was getting too tiring, actually. Ain't gonna lie, man.
Wait, have you got another Issa? Have you got another profile you can join with? That's one workaround.
Yeah, I had to go back to one of mine was banned.
If you got another one, jump on, man. Because what else happened? And Reactionary jumped on. Yeah, talked about shared values. Talked about the commonality between Islam and Christianity, and yeah, that went on for a while actually, because they kind of allocated 10 minutes each, and then Reactionary was maybe on there for about 20. So he did all right.
Yeah,
and,
I think that back and forth was quite good.
Yeah, that was a good little segment.
Comparison. Yeah,
it was a good little segment.
It's a shame no one else was available. Was it just Reactionary and Shia Issa?
Who else jumped on? Yeah, Matt Dunya jumped on, but not for any serious. Like no, he was a little bit of a troll. He jumped on pretending he was Ralph, yeah. But yeah, I think Reactionary did well. I know you've got issues with him. I don't quite know where. M-Stacks. M-Stacks. I forget M-Stacks was on there. Someone said he asked some good questions as well. Circus Wood said I asked for her autograph. No, man, I didn't. She'll be in the DMs though, I'm sure. What else? Yeah, someone's got to be honest. Who's got Shia Issa blocked? Someone's got him blocked. Jordan M, is it you? You got him blocked?
No, if he's blocked me, does that mean he can't get on?
That might be the case, you know. That might be the case. Shia Issa, you got to come clean. If you block Jordan M.
Yeah, probably he's the one who's blocking people.
That's weird that you can't get on though. I don't know. Everyone's on to me about Jada. The only reason you lot think I had something with Jada is because she said she enjoyed talking to me. That was it. Don't blame me because I can conduct conversation. That's not my fault.
Did you get on there then, Dan?
Yeah. I chatted to her. Yeah, I had 3 questions that I composed.
Cool.
And yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I probably could have got on there. I mean, to be fair, most of my ire that I had built up was like Britain First, but then I found out in the back chat that she's not a part of Britain First, so I didn't. I kind of lost that whole.
By Paul Golding. Yeah.
Yeah, I lost that whole line of questioning. I could have asked her a little bit about Paul Golding, but yeah, I don't know. I think maybe
You know one thing I don't.
Go on.
You know what? Shit, yeah. With this shit.
Yeah. You're in.
This far right ass.
Isa.
Yeah, I changed device. Yeah. For me, so what happened was with me, brother. I'm not in the thing where I'm expecting any of these people to even accept. I normally expect them to just say, or mock and say, "Are you the ones?"
Yo, Mad Dunya, drop that, man.
Hey, Bat boy. Bat.
Mad Dunya.
Is that Simon?
Wait, carry on, Isa.
Oh.
Yo, Simon, stop trolling, man.
From the liquid dirty. Anyway, I was
I'll
saying,
behave, sorry.
For me,
Stop trolling,
Dan, it's not a
Simon.
matter of trying to convince these people that this thing is the matter of one, asking them important questions in relation to what I want them to say online. And number two, it's a simple situation where if I put them in a position where they're trying to say that Islam is this or the Quran is saying this, I know fully well they have not studied the Quran that well. Do you get me? So they were either going to make themselves look stupid or they're going to leave an avenue open. So it's a point of where they're going to basically say, well, yeah, if you can do this thing, what you're claiming, then go ahead. Do you get me? So it's more to do with the people that are listening rather than the individual. So this is why, I would go to certain channels anyway in the first place. It's not necessarily about the person or the channel, the person who owns the channel. Do you get what I'm saying? It's more to do with the people that are listening. So, for instance, there are people that follow Jada.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them who I've found are not really 100% dedicated to everything she's on. It's more to do with the fact they find no one else giving them another avenue out. So they think that this pagan terrorist ideology is Islam. You get me? So once they find out actually there's enough people that are actually refuting the Sunnis left, right, and center, the Sunnis are scared to debate them. So that would actually mean that the Sunni pagans thinking Kaffirats are actually not the true Muslims. Do you see what I mean? So it becomes a way of me, you can say,
Shut up, you
roundabout,
Kevin wanker.
either getting Sunnis to debate and then get refuted, or just bowing down in submission and admitting via running that they're not true Muslims. So either way, it's a win-win situation.
So that of all the points to bring up with Jupiter and Jada Franzen, that was your point to bring up.
Of all the what was that, Mr. Whatever you are?
That was your point you brought up with. So they obviously see you as a Muslim and they can't stand you, and you turn up to talk to bore them about your issues with Sunni Islam.
Well,
I've got to watch the stream.
It's not the boredom of Sunni Islam. There is no Sunni Islam. There's Sunniism as an imposter pretending to be.
But the point is, they don't care. They don't care. You're a Muslim to them. To be honest, Raj is a Muslim to them. They don't care about it.
You're not far wrong.
I'll say it again for you. Not those individuals. Neither the one who.
You're the imposter. You're the only imposter here, man. What are you talking about?
Shush, you little baby boy, behave yourself. So as I was saying to Jordan M.
Let's make it common and say openly, Shia Kafir. Let everyone, children, older and youth, say Shia Kafir. The world's number one kuffar of the Shia group, the world's thugs, thieves, killers, all the devil Shia Kafir.
Simon, man, allow it.
Yeah. So,
I was.
Simon, calm down, man.
Jordan, it's a simple thing.
You see, this here Isa is very serious.
Yeah, come on, man.
Problem is, Isa, is they'll put you on a boat while you're blabbing all that. They'll put you on a boat and say goodbye.
Jordan, you didn't respond to what I actually said. I made it very clear. I'm not there to convince neither Jupiter nor Jaden, or whatever her name is, Jada, right? I'm having a conversation. I asked a simple question and I let her elaborate. And what you do with an opponent, so to speak, is you let them talk more than keep cutting them off and so on, so that they actually reveal the ignorance of their position, which is what she did, because she kept talking about the Quran and da-da-da-da-da, and I know she has no idea what she's talking about, which is fine. But I didn't go there to embarrass her or refute her or cause enmity or whatever. Do you get me? It's more to do with listeners and followers who feel they have nowhere else to turn. And the whole point is that it's your religion using the umbrella of Islam that is causing people to hate us collectively. And she actually said it, that, you know, basically, you know, if I don't do what I'm suggesting, then unfortunately I'm coming under the same umbrella, which is the same thing I'm saying. So Jordan M, I think it's, you know, unfortunately you're the one that's missing the point here. You see it as a small thing when real people out there see it as a big thing.
No, I see your point. So your point is that if you can convince them that you're not part of, you know, the religion that I have, which is the savage, terrorist, you know, dirty religion, that all of a sudden they're going to take you in their arms and go, "Wow, mate, thanks for letting us know." Thanks for that. Well, you're obviously talking to two people on the panel who don't like Muslims very much, and one of them probably campaigns strongly against. Yeah. You've gone on there, and you're the you've chosen. You've chosen to try and pal up with them rather than actually be a bit righteous about it.
Shall I say it again? The listeners and followers. What do you mean pal up? If she got disrespectful to me, I'll be disrespectful back.
What I'm saying about palling up is that you seem to be like you're warning them. You want to warn them desperately that Shias are fine and Sunnis are the issue. So you're trying to pal up with them.
No. You don't listen to my words carefully.
Yeah, Shia is a
mutakuni. Your words.
Sure. I never say Shias are fine. What my point is, I say true Islam. Remember the difference. Meaning, I don't care what they say. When they see true Islam and they don't like it, that's their business. The problem is when they believe that your terrorist ideology is true Islam. That's the problem.
Yeah, and why is that a problem? Because you want to be freed from that, yeah?
No. I'm saying to you, even if I didn't care about any religion whatsoever, because of what I've researched and studied, I'm saying when people dislike something that's so important to, let's say, black people in relation to racial politics that's going on now, I'm saying it's very important to make that clear distinction. Because, for instance, now, black people are getting the backlash of racism when they're saying there's the freedom of speech. So therefore, they want to say the end.
Stop trying to use the racial thing in your own fucking sectarian war.
You know, we agree on that. The N-word thing. We agree on that point, don't we?
So you agree it shouldn't be used, yeah? It should be banned, right? Okay, good. So what my point is, do you agree there are discussions about this that have come up because of discussions about Sunnism? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's my point. So imagine that because of the freedom of speech to be able to criticize the Prophet in Islam and so on and so forth, because of Sunnis, now they're dragging this N-word back into it and saying, well, we should have the right to say the N-word and say black this and white, so, you know, it's okay to be white and all this other stuff. So I'm saying, unfortunately, because of you lot, my race and my ideology has been dragged into it. And that's what I'm saying. Once we can cut you lot off and say, right, you lot are separate, whatever you lot do, give it back to you. It's nothing to do with us.
Yeah, so but I think you're giving them way too much respect, because you're sort of suggesting that if they Jada Franzen and Jupiter, you're suggesting that if you can kind of educate them on the Quran a bit and tell and show them that Sunni Islam is the bad one, that suddenly you have you're kind of free, aren't you, from that?
No. All right, let me say it again. So the other part I said was, and I'll say it again for you especially, if they still have that view, for instance, I believe that, I don't know about what's her name, Jupiter, but definitely I think Jada will possibly have the same view regardless, because she's not.
All right, let's talk real. Let's talk straight. Let me talk straight. No, because your points take forever.
No, they don't. They're very simple, and it's just you can't remember.
I'm snappy, and then you just mumble on. Go on.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Very snippet point.
Liars needs essay
to
carry out this fucking message.
Just shut up, retard. So
shut up, you Jordan, fucking muta batty boy.
Shut your mouth, bro.
Shut your mouth. You fucking waste my batty boy, muta bastard.
That's your dad and your
muta bastard.
Get out of here, bro.
Mom and dad, you fucking bastard, imbecile child. You fucking Nicaraguan bastard.
Your mom and your dad.
Your mom and dad, you fucking
biryani,
bastard.
Chapati and onion bhaji.
Yani, what the fuck?
Go get
you
me
talking about, you fucking muta child bastard.
Yeah, your mom and your dad. Alright, take that. Yeah, you inbred little batty boy.
You inbred little batty man. Shut the fuck up, you fucking
big up batty man.
Suck on Jada, bruv.
Bloody Anyway, whatever.
You inbred, sucking on Jada.
Shut up, bro.
Fucking waste,
Who
man.
wants to hear you?
And can
You
you read the
bloody
sentence, you
You're not
fucking
black.
bastard, blood?
You're not black. You're not black. Get out of it. You're a
What do you
punk.
mean?
You're not black.
I'm not black,
You're
bro. Shut the
not black.
fuck up,
Stop
you
trying to
dickhead, bro.
shush. You're not
What
black.
skin color got to do with it, you
Shush.
fucking waste, man? You're
Stop
not
trying to
white.
talk up to
You're
black
not
people.
white. You're not
Bro,
Muslim.
go
You're not
make
white.
me a chapati.
Not Muslim. Out.
You sound like a pair of crackers. Shut up.
You're not
I
white.
think
You're not Muslim.
when I say the respect thing, Black Tellect, what I mean by the respect thing, you're giving them too much respect. Is it you're assuming that they are really against the ideology of Islam, that they've actually looked into it, or
No.
I know
No,
you're
I'm
saying
not.
that
No.
looked into enough, but can you accept that it's possible that they could just be racist sentiments? So
let me explain with
and if
Jada,
that's
as I
the
was going
case,
to say.
your Sunni Shia stuff means nothing to them, and all
Right,
they're going to do
Jordan.
is send you away and say, "Oi, Muslim, get off."
Jordan.
Go on.
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
I've listened to every word you've said.
No, but you haven't. So I'll say it again. I have said to you, clear cut, that it is not these two individuals. Okay, and I keep saying it, but you keep referring to.
I thought
the
they
two
were on the
individuals.
panel. So correct me.
No,
What was the
I'm
situation?
saying there are listeners. I've said bloody hell. There are people that follow Jada, and there are people that follow Jupiter. Okay, and I'm saying a lot of these people, because I've come across quite a lot of them, and they've thought all of these different things, and they've changed their perspective and their position, and they bug me with question after question after question, and they've changed their views of a lot of things, right? And I don't want them to come on these panels and so on.
I see.
But what my point is to you, Jordan, I'm saying to you, Jada is somebody who I think, regardless of what you present her, it's more of a cultural race thing. So, for instance, if it doesn't look white in let's say it's cultural dominance like Christianity does, then for her it's garbage. Do you get me?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you produce Sufism and you say jihad is no longer a part of Islam and all the rest of it. She don't give a damn.
So why do you call her out on that then? What's the Sunni Shia thing? How is that relevant? I guess is the question.
Listen. Oh my God, how it's relevant.
I know what you're going to say because you already said it, but go on, repeat it.
Okay, so for the listeners, okay, who are going by her arguments, because I'm saying if she hasn't used other arguments, I can't make up stuff and say, well, I know what you mean. I know what you really think. I'm using what she says, then saying, well, based upon what you said, which is that the Quran says this, this, and this. She knows that I know she don't know Arabic. I know she hasn't studied it. So therefore, I'm saying, well, if I shoot down every point you make, i.e., Islam's about jihad from the verses and then where's your position there? Do you get me? Because I'm saying everything she said so far is only the Sunni angle.
I see. So in a sense, you believe they've got legitimate concerns, but you just want them to direct it at the Sunnis.
I'm saying
no, Jordan. They were talking from a Shia angle.
What you've done.
It's kind of it.
Jordan, they always talk from the Shia angle using the Taqiyya word and that.
When you've got two people that you've admitted are just racist, and you're saying it's for people watching. I know you're making that for people watching. But why would your position be to turn their hate towards a certain people, rather than actually bun it out as a black man? You know this is racism in the rooted of it all. You're almost giving them way too much credit in terms of, oh well, if you understand the ideology that way, it's all those guys over there. It's the Sunnis. So you just want them all to just turn towards the Sunnis, and that's.
I'll explain to you. This is Jordan. This is a problem you're having. The same feeling is in the black community too, and that's the problem. Because you're not black, you seem not to know this. The feeling of hatred of Islam, right, is major in Pan-Africanists, black nationalists, black Christians. They literally hate to death what they say is Islam. Okay, 9/11 and onwards. So this is a thing you don't know about.
I've seen enough at Speaker's Corner to understand that point, I think.
Right. So when you keep talking about white racists, why would you keep mentioning that when it's bigger than white racists?
Because you've admitted that essentially that they have a racist sentiment on the panel. Probably people supporting
Jada. No, not they. I said Jada. I didn't say both of them.
Oh, so you think Jupiter has legitimate concerns?
No, I think all of them have legitimate concerns. Number one, but I'm saying even if those concerns were alleviated in relation to, okay, we need to focus on that, not Islam. I'm saying some of them are using it as a bandwagon to get on for another agenda. There's loads of racists that say, you know what, let's jump on a Tommy Roberts, all these other different bandwagons. They're using, for instance, the attack and freedom of speech thing with Islam, so to speak, as their ability to use the N-word and the rest of it.
But this is kind of how twisted you are. That I genuinely believe that if you were to go meet Tommy Robinson
as opposed to bunning him out for his racism, you'd probably try and convince Tommy that it's all the Sunnis that and his genuine concerns, and he should go after
It's
them.
not convincing. You're not listening. I'm not concerned.
What am I
about
not
what they're
understanding? What am I not understanding?
All right, I'll tell you this. I don't care if they're
You keep
convinced.
saying I'm not understanding.
Right,
Doesn't mean I
listen, no,
don't.
listen,
I've
listen. I'll
understood
say it
every
again.
single
I'll
thing
say it
you said.
again. I'll say it another way. I'll say it another way. It's not about convincing them. It's about the fact that what comes out of their mouth is shown to be wrong. And therefore, if they try to say it again, they're going to look stupid in front of black people who take to them or have similar ideas, and white people too. Do you understand? So, for instance, if they kept saying this and then it was outright proven that they were wrong, then it would have to answer that argument. So I don't care if they believe it or not. That's the point. The point is they've now got something to answer to. Right now, Sunnis can't refute them. That's it. But we can.
Sunnis can't refute Jada Franzen.
They can't refute not her. In other words, they can't refute the idea that Sunnism is a terrorist ideology. That can't be refuted. If you would like to have a discussion or debate on that, let me know. We can have a nice, organized, civilized discussion or debate. It's up to you. I don't know.
Okay, so in a sense, you're standing against Sunni Islam even stronger than the racists, essentially, aren't you?
Listen,
that's the extent. That's the extent towards.
Listen, Sunni Islam is
and
a
you're
flavor
actually
of
going to
black
get yourself caught in the crossfire because unfortunately you are a Muslim to them, and I know you're going to say I'm not listening, but you're missing that point. You are missing.
How am I missing? Are you dumb? I'm saying black people.
No,
listen,
no. What you're
black
doing
nationalists?
seems
Are
pretty
you
dumb to
stupid?
me.
Black nationalists are
You're a black
calling black Muslim. Hold on, they're calling black Muslims the Arab slaves and all that kind of stuff. Do you understand? So I'm saying again, I have to separate from you lot because according to them, we enslave them. We're joining the Arab religion.
Stop fucking doing Taqiyya, you fucking waste man. They don't say that. It's
Listen,
only
shut
you.
up, you little batty boy. Shut your
batty
mouth,
boy.
you little chichi boy.
You
Get up.
muta batty
You're
boy.
not black.
Really
You're
need some
not
better
black.
insults.
You're not black, you little monkey. Go and get
What
me
do
a
you mean?
chapati.
I'm not
Baji,
black, you little
and get me
monkey.
a
You
bolty. You're
fucking
not black,
waste
you
man.
little savage
What's
boy.
race
Shut
got
your
to do
mouth.
with it, you
Go
racist
and get me a
bastard?
chapati. I want some
What's
chapati,
race
onion
got to
bhajis,
do with it? What's
saga aloo.
chapati got to do with it, you
Go
fucking
and get me
muta bastard?
go get me some biryani.
Biryani?
Chicken tikka masala.
I'm on
What
about
do you
3%
eat? What do
battery,
you
so
eat?
You
I need to
fucking
duck
waste man.
out. I'm going to duck out. Much respect, Dan. JK, speak to you later. Everybody else too. Isa, take care. Jordan.
Yo, Simon,
Nice
here
one.
Isa
Yes,
wants
mate.
to do a mutabati sex with you.
That's what comes to your mind, doesn't it?
Maybe another night. It's a school night, you know. All right. Peace. I hope it's been constructive.
Another light, you hear that? You muta Isa.
You're not black, you dirty little.
I'm going to check who's blacker than
You're
who.
not black. Is that all you have to say, you
Swatch
fucking
book,
waste
all right?
How about
get me
you're
and
not
Jordan.
black?
Me
How about
and
you're
Jordan
not
could
black?
have
How about
this
you're not
little
black, you
slug.
dickhead?
But
Yeah,
I take this back to you remember when obviously when I came over to you discussing with Ralph and he was singing Bob Marley to you and he was kind of telling you colonization was good for black people.
No, he wasn't saying that to me at all.
He was. I was there, and that's
Not
actually
to
on
me,
camera.
he wasn't.
That's actually on
No,
camera.
no. He might have said that before I came. You might be confusing
No.
me.
You were there. You were there. You were there when I turned up.
He wasn't saying that.
What? It's on camera. So
he
so
wasn't saying that when I was there. That's the bit you're missing.
And
he
when I
might be
came
saying
over,
that to BVM.
Yeah, you're sort of submissive to that ideology, but then you would completely turn on Sunni Islam as soon as I turn up.
Submissive to what ideology? I did Ralph right there and then. This is the
No,
problem.
what are you talking about? You agreed with
no
Ralph.
one cares about you.
You agreed with Ralph when he said,
"You're a clown, bruv. Learn English. Go make me
you
a curry
agreed
and shut
with,
up.
listen, you fucking
Get me
bastard.
some chapati,
You agreed
chicken
with
curry,
Ralph
and get out of
when
here, bruv.
Ralph
Go
said,
and get me a chicken curry.
listen,
Bye-bye.
Ralph said, yeah,
Go and get me a chicken curry. Thank you.
you know, the
Chicken curry,
colonization was the best thing that happened in
biryani, a
Africa
vindaloo.
and Asia.
Get me a vindaloo.
He agreed
Go and
with
get me a
Ralph.
vindaloo.
What a
Go and get a
fucking
vindaloo. Go and get a vindaloo.
mug.
Go and get a
You
vindaloo.
beg.
Bye-bye.
You beg.
Shut
Beggar.
up. You're not
You're
black.
just a beggar.
I think the inner crux, in conclusion, Issa, is that but by you pushing this kind of narrative against Sunni Islam to those kinds of people, all you can do is get caught in the crossfire yourself.
There's no crossfire. They're against black people already, you idiot. What crossfire is there? Is this stupid or something? I'm saying to you, I'm black already, you idiot. What crossfire is there?
Did you debunk them on black issues? Did you challenge them on any of that?
There's 10 minutes. You had 10 minutes. Shush.
You didn't. But you're making out
because
like
it's
that's
not a
big thing for
debate.
you, but you never
This
talk
guy's,
about it.
are you a clown? It's 10 minutes,
No,
blood. It's
you're the
10 minutes
clown.
of
You're the
discussion.
clown. I've listened to
No, I'm
everything
not
you
a clown,
said.
bruv. You're just a convert
You
the
are
other day and think you know more than black
certified.
people. You're a clown, bruv. Don't speak on black issues.
Certified clown. You're a certified
No, but
clown.
you're a
Fuck up, man.
bum.
You're not
You're a
Persian.
beg. You're
Oi,
trying to be in
Mutatrai,
it, and
you're
you're
not
probably a
Persian.
fed. But anyway, that's fine.
You're not
What you
Persian.
are,
Stop
Turning
begging
up
Arabs.
on a panel with Jada Franzen and trying to turn it on
no,
Sunni.
bruv. Don't tell me what to do. I'll tell
Clownish,
you again.
man.
You're a little chichi. You and Mad Dunya need to get back to your mother
You're not
relationship.
Persian, you
Stop
fucking
trying to be black,
bastard.
bruv.
You're
I
not
know, you're damn right.
Persian.
I'm black.
You're not
You freaking
Persian.
little monkey. I know I'm not
You're a
Persian.
monkey.
Exactly.
You're
What's your
not
point?
Persian. You fucking
There's
waste
any
man.
monkey around here, blood. When you see me, say monkey when you see me, you little batty boy.
Yeah,
Come on,
you
say
call
monkey
me
when you see
monkey
me,
then.
yeah?
You call me monkey then, innit? You fucking waste
Don't
man.
come
I
in,
call you
blood. Shut
monkey
your
back,
mouth,
you
bruv. You
fucking
little
dickhead.
get your patty.
And I call you
Onion bargy. Yeah, yeah. Say when you see me.
onion
Say
buzz
monkey when you see me. Yeah. Good. All right, batty boy. All right, cool.
bushmeat.
Chichi.
You're not Persian. Bushmeat.
No, I'm not Persian.
Chichi
That's
boy.
the point. But
Chichi
you're
boy.
not black. I don't go on Persian
You're not
panels and
Persian.
talk.
You're not
You're on
Persian.
black people,
Go
bruv.
beg Zoroastrian. Go beg Zoroastrian. You
You're
fucking
around
waste
black
man.
people, bruv. This is not Pakistan. These are not Pakistani people. You
You're
get
not
me?
black.
Go
You're
to
not black
Surfraz.
though. You're not black though. You're not black. Shut up.
Who
You're not
says
black.
who? A little monkey like you little chapati head. Who are you?
Says your
You
dad.
dirty
Says
little
your
rice
dad.
and shut
Says
up,
your
bruv.
dad. I'm your dad. I'm your
Yo,
dad.
bruv, you ain't got a blood. Your mum, your dad and mama, brother and sister. Get out of here, blood. You dirty little inbred. Look at you. Retarded little punk. Shut up, bruv. How the hell are you going to come on here when your mum and dad are brother and sister? Get out of here. Don't get me naan bread, chapati, sagaloo, onion bhajis, all of these different things. Thank you very much.
I just hate this low IQ ad hominems when you don't have a point.
I agree. So let's have a good discussion without these people. That me and Jordan were getting somewhere, and unfortunately, this ape creature. So yeah, this guy, what's his name? Elrondur. Elrondur. Yeah. What do you? I think you're the one that's was discussing and saying you want to keep the white race pure or Europe pure. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
Yes, that's correct. But also, this would be the white national aspect. And I'm also an ethno-nationalist, and ethno-nationalist comes first. And then, of course, I care about the Europeans as a whole, of course, too. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. Would you say that a lot of these groups, let's say in the UK, which are proposing that they don't really want a purified Europe of, let's say, non-whites, meaning they want to get rid of all the non-whites, would you say that that's their agenda? Their agenda is similar to yours, but they're trying to go within the law. So for instance, if they came out and said they were of your view politically, they would be shut down straight away as terrorist groups. So therefore they're using these kind of, oh no, we don't like Islam and da-da-da-da-da, but really they've got a similar agenda to yours. Would you agree with that?
I would say, so you're describing that, let's get an example of these people who might
Tommy Robinson,
consider, to fall in that category. Yeah, the Tommy Robinson types. I think some believe what they are saying, and some might use that tactic. Yes, to not speak about race and saying Islam is not a race, so I can criticize them. But of course, it has a racial factor in it because it just happens to be that most people who follow Islam are non-whites, are non-Europeans. So it definitely also the left critique of that is correct, in my opinion. But I still think that many of these people are generally civic nationalists, and they are just critiquing Islam because they think it will destroy theirs. There's a danger of Islam destroying their liberalist values, so global homo and all this stuff, right? I think these people are in the Tommy groups as well.
One sec, let me say this. Would you agree that even if they didn't really fear that Islam of any type would do that, that they're using it, some of them are using that as a means to unite white people and to bring in certain laws to bring in certain opinions, etc.
Yeah, I think there's.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah. I can't tell you the number of the people that would do that, but yeah, I think I would go even farther. I would say if you asked the Tommy crowd or the Tommy supporters, if the direct question, the specific question, if white British should become a minority, almost every one of them would say, no, they don't want it. So it is based on race to a certain point. So they have this, in my opinion, they have most of them that would answer yes, we are against it. They have this they're honest in, how do you say it? It's a psychological problem. They have this how do you say it? They are I can't name. So they advocate for the one thing, right? But then they are holding up this civic nationalist value. So everyone, if they follow the law, can be British and all this stuff. But when you ask them direct questions like, should Britain become a minority? White British should become a minority. Almost everyone would say no. So these people have. They're in an animal state of mind, in my opinion. They're still brainwashed. They still can't formulate consistent views. But I think really most of the people are doing it not because of strategic points or something. I think they simply doesn't get it. They simply doesn't get their double standards or their.
No, I mean,
yeah,
I heard what you said.
again. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this: it seems that regardless of whether they think Islam is a threat or not, they do feel that they're restricted when it comes to what they wish to do in regards to their freedoms of so-called expression. So let's say they want to be racist in a certain way. They want to feel that they can be racist and get away with it. They want to have more privileges than, let's say, the immigrants or the non-whites. And they generally feel that they can't, they're sort of losing them. There's too much equality, let's say. And there's been too many, what's the word? You know, like they have like associations or the things that caters for, let's say, non-whites because of racism. They're kind of like, well, the funding's going over there to help these people get a job or extra courses or whatever it is. And they're like, hold on, they can't get a house on the council or whatever, and these people are getting it. Do you see what I mean? So they're kind of like, they want to be privileged. And I'm saying the thing that they found they can use is this Islam thing. Do you see what I'm saying from their perspective? So from what I can see, and this is what I want you to answer, is it the fact that even if they don't think Islam is a threat, they find it a good one to use because they can then get laws changed. They can, you know, they can rally up masses of people to vote according to their agenda. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I see what you're saying, but
it's not true, or
no, it is probably true to a specific number of these people. But as I said before, I tried to say before, I think most people, most of them are not doing it consciously. So with a direct strategy, I would go even farther. I would say Tommy really tries to push the agenda. I know he has made some statements like or supports Martin Sellner, which of course would use that strategy to break through to other aspects of white privilege, if you want to say it like this or something. Martin Sellner would use that strategy, but Tommy is doing the opposite. He knows, for example, that Martin Sellner has a big crowd and it's dangerous to for Tommy to attack Martin Sellner, because most of the people of Tommy's crowd would agree with what Martin Sellner is saying. So he won't attack him. But Tommy has a clear agenda only to focus on Islam. This is his agenda. I don't know if it is because the people in the background who supports him, right, his handlers, but he has a clear agenda that it should be only about Islam. So I would say this to you.
All right. So would you say that that agenda is because, or that's what he has to say? Because as soon as he touches race, then he will be shut down very quickly. Do you see what I'm saying? So he can achieve the same agenda as Martin Sellner if he uses the Islam issue.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Tommy, really? Tommy does this not because maybe he believes in the same thing that Martin Sellner is doing, but his agenda is clearly not to use Islam to bring in pro-white, ethno-nationalist views. Because if Tommy would do that, he wouldn't fight Mark Collett and all these people. No, Tommy has an agenda, and his agenda is to get back the right wing, the dissident right, to his side, which is civic nationalism. So he just attacks Islam because it's everyone can see this threat, but there's other threats he won't address, and he would counter people who addresses these points.
All right, but this is my point. What I'm saying to you is that if he was to come out and say the things that you're suggesting he should or whatever, I'm saying he wouldn't get as many supporters that he's got.
Oh, he would gain even more supporters if he would address the message of Mark Collett in the way that Mark Collett or others or Martin Sellner would do it with his publicity. Okay. He would gain even more supporters because his rhetoric is very violent and is very narrow-minded.
Hold on. Do you know how long Mark Collett's been going on with his campaign? Do you know how long?
With what? With the new party, or
no? With his. Do you know how long Mark Collett's been part? Do you know he was part of the BNP before, right?
Yes.
Okay. His way of doing things was very blatant, and that's what I'm saying. In the UK, you're not going to generally get that far because of the multiculturalism. Do you see what I mean? So this is why he was pushed. Him and his movement were pushed to the side. Mark Collett, unfortunately, Mark Collett would be seen as somebody who could be stirring up racial hatred. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is the issue where if you're expecting Tommy Robinson to say similar things, he could be charged with that, and the whole group shut down.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, is it a case where he's using wise words? That's basically where I'm going with that.
I would say Tommy Robinson was in prison for what he's doing, so this is no point for me.
No, that's not true. No. That wasn't what he was in prison for. He was in prison for specifically, apparently, like he went up, I think it's harassment or something to do with, there were people on trial, and he went and messed them up. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think
videoed them or something, or that's it. He put information regarding people that were on trial on the internet or something like that.
Yeah.
It's nothing to do with him teaching a certain thing and being charged with racial hatred or stirring up racial hatred.
They try to get Tommy on the same panel as Martin, inciting violence and all this stuff. I would say that Tommy is even more with his message. If you compare Martin Sellner to Tommy Robinson, his message incites more violence than Martin Sellner's message.
Where's Mike from?
Martin Sellner's message is very peaceful. It's very he's an intellectual, but Tommy, what he's done is all these stunts and all this.
Martin Sellner from? which country is Martin Solar from?
Austria.
Austria. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So
but yeah,
it's not very mixed, is it?
Austria is getting mixed more and more too.
No, you're getting people there, but it's not very mixed. Meaning, for instance, England has had, you know, what's the word, intermixing for many years. You've had a lot of black communities. You've had so much things going on. You've had riots. You've had all kind of different things that black people have pushed for years for justice in this country. The Afro-Caribbeans. We have a different history in this country. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in Austria and Germany, you don't have these blacks, as you call it, pushing for justice. I don't see it like this, of course, as a white nationalist or ethno-nationalist. But we have, for example, more of Muslim migration, so Arabs, right? And they are doing the exact same thing as you would say blacks are doing in the UK, having riots and all this stuff. We have riots here in Germany and Austria of Muslims. So, yeah, I would say.
No, when I said riots, hold on.
Martin Sellner.
Martin Sellner. One second. Just so you understand, the riots I'm talking about is not the recent riots. I'm talking about the riots of the past when the police were brutalizing black people. So we're talking about when, you know, if you think of, I don't know if you know about the Windrush period, when the first Afro-Caribbeans generally came here in in droves to help rebuild England. You're talking about a lot of Rastas were pulled over, brutalized, some killed, black people be harassed by the police, etc. So I'm saying when you go back to the 60s, 70s, 80s, there's been protests from black people for justice for a long time in this country. So a lot of the things that have come about in regards to law, race relations and these various things are due to black people, Afro-Caribbeans pushing for these things, and other people have come and benefited. Do you see what I mean? So I'm saying if you don't have that in your country, especially going back to that time, then, you know, Martin Sellner, his way of talking might be something that's easier to present to that community. Whereas Tommy Robinson doing that in the UK, where we've, you know, fought so hard for this and integration and whatnot, is very different. Like if you just look on the screen, which I think our brother's putting on there, which Dan is putting on, you can see some of it right there. So what my point is that Tommy maybe has similar views, a similar agenda, but he just can't say it.
No, I think I understand what you mean, and I think there's definitely people in it that do exactly that. But Tommy's agenda is a civic nationalist agenda, an anti-white agenda, which is get people not to recognize race and only advocate for people like not thinking about identity and all this stuff, getting them back and believing in the Constitution. So this is what he represents.
Okay, is that a stepping stone then? Couldn't that be seen as a stepping
yes,
stone?
It is because Martin Sellner would use Tommy for that reason, because he was important. We have a problem with Islam; it's undeniable. So, and Tommy was one of these guys who pointed out that problem. But Martin would talk about other problems too that Tommy would normally he would attack other people's for saying that what Martin is saying. But as he has engaged with Martin in the past, he can't do that because he has promoted him. And it's a big threat to all of his audience if he now goes up against Martin Sellner. Tommy thought that he could use Martin or Brittany Pettibone. If you look at the channels of Brittany Pettibone is English, right? As far as I have understand. If you look at the message Brittany Pettibone puts out there, who do you think is more violent, Brittany Pettibone or Tommy Robinson in his way to speak and his message? It's clearly Tommy Robinson, not Brittany Pettibone. So
sorry, who did you say, Brittany?
Brittany Pettibone, or let's say Lauren Southern, right? Lauren Southern has also, so the argument that Tommy is using that because it can't get attraction when he addresses the point Martin Sellner does is stupid. Stefan Molyneux has a huge following. He's even bigger than Tommy. And he has this libertarian worldview, but he's talking about race and identity as well, which Tommy never does. And so the belief that Tommy wouldn't get support or would be fought harder if he addresses what Lauren Southern, Brittany Pettibone, or Stefan Molyneux addresses is wrong, I would say. He has a clear agenda, which is civic nationalism, and this is and because Martin Sellner has never attacked Tommy Robinson, because he used Tommy Robinson to get him to get their guys over to the white identity point of view, not civic nationalism, and he used a tactic which is slowly just mentioning, engaging with them without starting a war. And Mark Collett has directly addressed it. He started a war against Tommy. So this is why, of course, Tommy now is in war with Mark Collett, but he is not with Martin Sellner.
Okay.
Would it not be fair to say though that Mark Collett and Tommy Robinson are basically fighting over the same kind of fan base? I mean, Mark Collett kind of came out of the ashes, rose from the ashes of the BNP in a way. He's sort of seen as their sort of leading light. You know, the Nick Griffin generation of the BNP is sort of. I mean, it seems redundant now. You had this new street movement which Tommy Robinson led, which distinguished itself from the BNP and set them aside as like the kind of I don't know, I guess the racist or the untouchable side of the right wing. And it seems that side is now reclaiming their territory by saying, well, we're ethno-nationalists and you're this sort of watered down version of I mean, I don't know. It seems like they were always destined to clash over this.
Yes, I agree. And I would also say Mark Collett has evolved. You can't compare the rhetoric that Mark Collett uses, or Mark Collett has a specific rhetoric. There's other that would use another rhetoric, and as Mark do. But I think also the time has come now, because we have now this global compact of migration and all this stuff, that the points that the BNP used in another language and all this stuff, I think the language of the past was very, it was different, because it wasn't as good, as well thought out to really address what the left, how the left uses words and why they're using this words. So we have evolved from that. And now, if you look at when you speak about the global compact of migration, when you speak about the EU and all this stuff, you have to address the Great Replacement and an anti-white agenda. You can't now focus only on Islam. You could do that 2014, 2015 maybe, with all the terrorist attacks and all this stuff. But now we have to think farther. If you want to address global compact of migration, we are not speaking only about Muslims coming over here. We're speaking about all the world is now coming over here. So this is why when Tommy tries to still only focus on Islam, he will lose, because people are asking themselves, they want answers of other things, and Tommy can't give it to them, because then he would not be a civic nationalist any longer. So it's hard to explain really in English for me. But it's complicated.
You there, Dan?
Simon in the chat is saying the whole Colette circle is obsessed with Jews and gays. It's hilarious.
Yeah, so this would be the difference between Mark Colette, for example, and Martin Sellner, right? Martin Sellner would never address the Jewish question, never. So there's different fractions, right? Some people think to be pro-white or something, you can do that without addressing the JQ. And if you address the JQ, it would be it would be hard for people, because you have to always also think about how the normal people things like that. So you have an internet, let me make an example. So you have an internet culture which is years ahead of normal people out there, of their state of mind, of the Overton window. So you have these edgy circles posting swastikas and all this shit, right? But if you would do that and show that to normal peoples, they can't understand these things, and why are they doing that? So what we are trying to do is address more or less people from where they stand right now, what their concern is right now. So you can't talk about I don't know different topics which might interest you because you think you are 10 years ahead of the bell curve or whatever. But it would be counterproductive to talk about these things to normal people. So yeah, Mark is also addressing the JQ because he thinks that people will realize, and it would be beneficial to address it. And I don't know if Martin Sellner doesn't see the JQ, but it might very well be that he thinks that addressing the JQ would be a net loss for if he would do that. I don't know what Martin Sellner's position is on that specifically, but yeah.
Dan, the question I asked him, what do you think of? Do you think they've all got the same agenda? So Tommy, let's say Jada, and the others who are presenting, oh no, I just hate Islam.
I think their role is to be gatekeepers. Of course, you can say
no, I'm
because.
Hold on, one second. I'm just trying to get Dan. What do you think, Dan?
I think there seems to be very little to distinguish them from each other. They all seem to be picking up different, maybe successful kind of ideas. So, for example, you've seen the kind of civic nationalists in an attempt to kind of be edgy and maybe to keep up with the sort of discourse, start throwing around words like cultural Marxism, the Great Replacement. They've started to talk about the sort of the ethno-nationalist narratives. So it's not necessarily. I mean, I think the ethno-nationalists wear those badges with a bit more pride, whereas I guess. I mean, to be fair, I couldn't really place Jada Franson. I don't know that much about her aside from Britain First. I knew a little bit more about Britain First. Tommy Robinson, I can distinguish Tommy Robinson from Mark Colette quite easily, but the problem I always saw was that given that they are essentially competing for the same audience, swaying Tommy Robinson, in my opinion, was always going to pull over some of the bad apples, I guess you could say, from the kind of BNP glory days. And that was only in 2010. I mean, 2009 or 2010, they won I don't know how many million seats and got themselves into the European Parliament. So the EDL came around not long after that and kind of galvanised the sort of grassroots base of support. And then Tommy went on and did his Quilliam thing and sort of got a little bit more political. I would say Tommy Robinson is he's the archetype. He's probably the most acceptable of all of the offerings that have been put forward. I would say Tommy Robinson is more popular than Mark Collette.
What I'm saying is,
well, this is what I'm saying. Tommy's because Tommy's got such a limited like scope. He just deals with Islam pretty much and grooming gangs because it's so limited.
Listen to my point. I'm saying if he comes out against race, then he'll be shut down. Right? If he makes the thing predominantly racial, then to be more against him. Like Mark Collette, he's been doing this for a long time, and he hasn't got the support that Tommy's got. So what I'm saying to you is, if they come at it from the Islam perspective, it seems to be more successful. And I'm saying, is the agenda the same? Because, for instance, think of a lot of people where they've come at Islam, so to speak, as their buzzword, but then people have now become more racist. They become more race aware. But they're coming into contact with other people in other different European countries by just pointing out, well, Islam's a threat to us in England. Do you get what I'm saying? Then they're jumping on other bandwagons, making connections with other Europeans and hearing different information. And all of a sudden, they're on this whole anti-black or anti-non-white agenda. Because I'm saying, if you think, I know what it's like in relation to, let's say, black nationalists, for instance, you come across the Nation of Islam, you come across Malcolm X, you come across Marcus Garvey, you come across Noble Ali, do you see what I mean? Whichever one you come across, you'll come across all this big, massive hall of different stores of, a buffet, if you like.
So this is the gatekeeper thing that Elrondur was saying. You kind of, so he's like Tommy Robinson is like a gateway into this world of kind of bigger ideas.
Yeah, he is a gateway to certain. Of course, he breaks up taboos of speaking about Islam, right? So in a way, it is a gateway, but he's also trying to be a gatekeeper. That is his mission. He attacks people that go farther, want to discuss other things. So he might be a gateway, right? If you look, even people are making libertarians or atheists be a kind of a gateway, right? Or
so someone maybe like Sargon of Akkad or some of the new atheists.
He's the gateway,
Richard
definitely.
Dawkins.
I don't know about Sargon, but I think at least Tommy's clear agenda is to be a gatekeeper, not a gateway. So I would describe it like that.
Question in relation to his goal. What I'm saying to you, Dan, is because we live in England, I'm saying if he tried the blatant route, would it be that he wouldn't get very far, just like Mark Collette hasn't got very far? Therefore, he's using this. Once those collective white people are awakened to their racial identity of being special and whatever else that they're taught, I'm saying then the next step comes in and he could be more blatant. For instance, I believed Conservative got voted in mainly because of these various groups, Britain First, Tommy Robinson, all these others.
Yeah.
They specifically had one thing that this, specifically that this guy was pushing, and that was it. Do you see what I'm saying? So, for instance, they can talk about whatever they want as long as they got these major principles of Brexit, Islam being terrorism, and so on and so forth. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, why can't they keep doing that? They've got this guy in now. So from this, they start promoting other stuff, and then when they get what they want, they then tell us their real agenda. Do you get my point?
But the AFD is addressing so much that the identitarians are addressing. They are talking about the Great Replacement. So to think about Tommy wouldn't be as successful as Martin Sellner or someone would be. I mean, is just wrong. And also, I would say to the point that Mark Collette only focuses on converting people of Tommy Robinson. No, it is one part, but our message goes out to every white people. And I would even say to migrants. This is also why Mark Collett is not like Martin Sellner, for example. He addresses the globalist agenda, and that he addresses also to migrants that we have a common enemy here that is against everyone, and we have some how you say it, common interest to fight these powers. So he's not only addressing his message to every white person or every British person, also to every European, but farther than that, he's also addressing his message to migrants who are willing to listen and get rid of their double standards and biases, and fighting with us together under the umbrella of the 14 words. He making an offer to every migrant with this 14 words to go up against the powers that be, right? So yeah, I would say it like this. He's reaching out to migrants too, and there are more and more colored people or non-white people that ally with us, and I think this is the way forward. We are not supremacists in any way. You might say we are supremacists in our country when it comes to remigrating people and saying that only Germans or only Anglo-Saxons should rule Britain. Of course, yeah, you could call that supremacist or something. But we don't want to rule over other countries, invade other countries, be imperialists. This is what's going on right now. This and it's not white supremacy. This is what people need to understand. It's liberalist kind of supremacist, democracy supremacist. They thinking that the way that the Western world right now is structured should be the way forward for every country in the world. So this is a supremacist mindset, right? And we are not that. We are 14 for every country, and this is our offer. Of course, if you still be ethnocentric, and black people are ethnocentric, they are like us, really, right? But they are, what the problem is with that is they are ethnocentric in our countries. This is the problem. And they know it. They know it. If they're honest with themselves, they know it. And this is what we hate. These double standards. Is yeah, you are racist, but I, as a black person, saying the exact same thing, I'm not a racist or something, right? So it's just being pro-black, being pro-white, but yeah, don't be pushing for black power or Arab power, Afghan power in our homelands, because this will make you a threat to our ethno-nationalists, to our existence, right? But we can ally against the globalists, right? If you want to have a free Afghan country, a free continent of Africa, ally with us. But you won't have an enemy in us if you try to take over our countries. You are the exact enemy. You are the tool of the globalists. The globalists let you have this ethnocentric mindset right now, because you are destroying white ethnocentrism, and this is the main focus the globalists are fighting right now. They have this anti-white agenda, and you are a tool for them right now, but they won't admit you that in the future. They will destroy black identity in Europe, just as they did with white identity.
Did you say anti-white agenda?
Yes.
Do you think it's a conscious anti-white agenda?
A conscious. I think
intentional.
Yeah, definitely. I would say by the most, it's unconsciousness right now, but there are a lot of people in power who are conscious of that too. Yeah, and the brainwash mechanism now is so strong and was so very well developed that most people won't even think of that as an anti-white agenda. They're not capable of seeing that it is an anti-white agenda. So
who would you say is anti-white?
yeah, anti-white is everyone that stands against ethno-nationalism for white people.
No, who would you say has this anti-white agenda?
Everyone that is anti-white.
Yeah, who? Give me some names. Like which people?
You can call it to different names, different organizations, different political parties, different ideologies, right? What you want to go into specifics, or?
Yeah, give me an example. Yeah.
Yeah, the media is completely anti-white. The whole mainstream media.
The mainstream media is anti-white.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you think?
Yes. Who will invite someone like I don't know, Lord Tower? If it's not anti-white, no one would invite Lord Tower. When they invite someone like Stefan Molyneux or Lord Tower or someone, they invite them to trying to destroy them, right? They get them on a bank with 5 other guys who are anti-white to try to make him as a devil or something like that. If it's not anti-white, they would engage with the arguments and not have this. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay. Interesting what your point is. I think maybe you need to look at things holistically. I would suggest to you that the Western world is still anti-black, and as extremely racist as it's been, especially when you look at the control and domination of the so-called third world and how it uses and abuses the people.
Yeah, definitely. It's anti-black but you have to understand. So we have this foreign policy, which I clearly can see is anti-black, anti-Muslim, everything, right? But it's not because it's white supremacist. It's because it's globalist. It's so, and this is why you have these conflicting mindsets. So you have these policies against Muslims and blacks and everything. For when the US or the UK invades countries and trying to push their agenda on these countries. But as soon as these people come into our countries, they're the protected, they're the cherished people. They can do whatever they want, almost, in our countries. So yeah, it's just because it's a globalist agenda. They want to destroy nations, and to destroy European nations, it's best to have mass migration, to have so many different identities that you will eventually have a police state, a totalitarian state that suppresses everyone, right?
Okay.
So
I mean,
yeah.
but hold on. If you let me just respond to something. But what I do want you to answer when I've finished responding to Taqiyya Watch. Therefore, if that's the case, why would you think it's good to focus on race when they have a globalist agenda, as you say, to bring in a police? I think you're saying is to just support the agenda of the wealthy elite and have everyone else underneath them, and they want to have it strong and locked down. Would that
yes,
be the globalist?
because
their
agenda is.
Hold on. Before you get that, let me just deal with this. But I want you to answer that in a minute. Sorry, one sec. Where's it? One lefties can't predict how. Right. So Taqiyya Watch says it will come as a shock to the left, the wrath of the white. at JK. Taqiyya Watch, I believe personally that the left is working with the same bosses as the right, in the sense that the left has come up with some of the most ridiculous solutions and complaints so as to produce more followers of the far right. So I think you should think about that, brother Taqiyya Watch. In other words, the more ridiculous things you complain about, for instance, Peppa Pig books being read to Muslims and stuff like that in nursery. Like, who cares? You're not allowed to eat the pig. You can read about the pig, whether it be nursery or whatever else. You know what I mean? So all of these things that they complain about, which blacks nor Muslims complain about from the left, I think that's there to wind up and to get more people to follow the right wing and, you know, push that agenda. Yeah, sorry, what's your name? Elron. Yeah, as I was saying, if their goal is to have this police state and, you know, deal with the support the elites and have us down on the floor, so to speak, why would you not think it's better for us to unite and focus on not following their agenda?
Because
yes,
their agenda is first and foremost individualism, destroy every culture, every aspect of identity, and to say that we have to get rid of all the identities is playing in their cards. This is what they're trying to achieve.
all
We can,
identities. What I'm saying, if you think, is it that we have to keep these old racial identities or tribal identities or national identities to be powerful? Is there not another identity that we could come up with?
No, because it clearly isn't the case. We see the more they push for individualism, materialism, so everything they want, we are now seeing a rise of identity again. You have this yin-yang principle, right? You can only go as so far with all this crap, but eventually people will revolt against that. So I think that the left has overplayed the hands. For example, I would even grant you that point that with making black identity, promoting Muslim identity, and all this stuff, they are playing into our hands clearly and attacking whites more and more clearly, not as subtle, as submissive as they have done in the past. They are now out there addressing it more and more clearly. This is what I love now, right? But I think it's just a process. It's not because they are secretly agreeing with us. They are just in this. It's a circle, right? They can't stop. They can't help themselves. They can't stop this. They are in this. They are, you know, if you enter white, you go farther and farther. You can't stop yourself, right? From this process of getting more and more clear what your agenda is. And they are now so strong, they have now taken over the universities. They feel so strong that they are more blatant as they were in the past. And this is just a normal process, I would say. And for me, I see, look, we have in Germany, I've spoken to a lot of people from Occupied Wall Street and all these guys who also address the point, also the Alex Jones types. Everyone was speaking of the New World Order, right? But what they fail to understand is, and no one mentioned that from their perspective, is they are speaking about, of course, one world religion and all this stuff, one world currency, Satanism, and all of this. They're addressing that. But what they don't address is destroying nations and mixing everyone together. This is part of the agenda of the New World Order. They never address this. And I ask myself, why is that? because clearly some people would say the exact same thing that you are saying. They have this divide and conquer mentality, which is if you have identities, white identity, black identity, they will fight against each other, right? So we have to get rid of this to challenge the powers that be, right? I understand that, but what is flawed on that is you can't destroy identity. It's human nature to have identity. It is like
No, I'm not saying get rid of the identity. For instance, you generally find that religious people, some religious people, I should say, they don't care about nation and race. Do you know what I mean? They care about their religious identity more. I guess Christians and Muslims is an example. Obviously, Jews are a different one because the Jewish identity, I guess, is intertwined with their religion. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But so that's my point. I'm saying why, because of what you were saying about the globalist, it would make more sense from what I can see if you lot find a different way of doing things, because while we're busy fighting each other, surely there's going to be the issues of them being more stronger, because they'll have exactly what they want. Do you see what I'm saying? Because what you're saying is they're ruling all of us. You're saying they're anti-you, they're anti-white and anti-black.
Yeah.
So if they're against us, why are you lot having the issues with us? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I have an issue with, let's say, Pan-Africans only because they are fighting white identity, white ethnocentrism. This is why I have a problem with them. I don't have a problem with them addressing that.
Where's that?
I mean, just look at what Raspect is talking about and all these black nationalists are talking about.
Hold on. Raspect is the biggest idiot in any black community of talks. Okay, he does not represent the black community. He is a volunteered slave for the Sunni enslavers. So you know the Sunnis that were enslaving blacks for 1,200 years continuous. He doesn't represent. But I understand what you mean, because he talks a lot of the black stuff, but then clearly, he's dealing with defending the Sunnis. If you can give an example of somebody that is a black nationalist, a proper black nationalist, do you know anyone else?
I, for example, one great example is you hear about the black nationalists who put out the movie Race War in 2018. You hear about that?
I don't remember a video. Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, the movie unfortunately is not on YouTube, but their channels are on YouTube. If you YouTube Race War 2018, you will find all these interviews, and they done, but they have let people pay for that movie, so you can only see that movie if you pay for that movie. So this is unfortunately, but they had Richard Spencer in it. They had Jared Taylor in that movie, and Jared Taylor was going to a conference of these producers who produced that movie, and you clearly see why white identitarianism, pro-white advocacy movements have a problem with black nationalists. If you look at the interview the black nationalists have done with Jared Taylor, you clearly get why we have a problem with them, because they see the system we are living here in our own countries as white supremacy, and it's not. It's what they have to understand is that it is a globalist totalitarian agenda. One might say it also has a race component in it, but it's clearly not a white racial component that.
Okay, so do you not agree the top of this pyramid that is whites at the top?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah,
So from the
whites
black,
and Jews. Yeah,
hold on. So from the black perspective, obviously, it would make sense to see it as a white versus black thing, right?
yeah, but these people want to destroy white people. This is the problem. So it can't be white supremacy. It's
So they want to destroy white people.
yeah, they do everything they can to destroy white people.
You mean genocide white people? Is that what you mean? Genocide or?
Yes, eventually, yeah.
Hold on. So they want to destroy black people and white people, or just whites?
No, they see white identity as the threat of their power first and foremost, right? Because these people in power are in power in our countries, and we are the majority, right? So they have to get rid of us first for their agenda. But there will be other identities that are a threat to their globalist mindset.
Hold on. If so, you're saying they're not trying to kill all white people. You're not saying that they want to get rid of your white identity. Is that correct?
No, I think they don't care if who lives in their country. They don't care because it's a machinery. They want producers, consumers, and all this stuff. It doesn't matter to them if they are the producers or consumers are white or black or mixed or something else. I would even say for them to have mixed race people is the best thing they can have, because these people can't have an identity. They don't have a history. They don't have a culture or something. They are just mixed race people are so these are the perfect slaves for them, because they can't go back and proclaim themselves as blacks with the black history, right? They are perfect for them. So I think the mixed race agenda is clearly what they prefer, right? And I think these people, even though they're white, they don't see themselves as white. They just want to rule. They have no racial consciousness behind them. They don't care. They just want power. And they would even allow in black people who have the same agenda there. So they don't care. It's just a totalitarian mindset, in my opinion. They don't care about race. It's to destroy everyone.
Okay. I mean, I think you're producing information that goes against what you're saying, because I agree with you, by the way. I do think when some people get to a certain level of power and wealth, I think anything like race and nation means absolutely nothing to them, personally. I don't necessarily mean leaders as such of countries, but specifically wealthy people. I think the money means more to them. But I don't see how your racial perspective of what you're talking about will assist in the survival. All right, let's get to the mix. You said something about mixed race. You said they want mixed races, yeah?
Yes.
And you're saying because mixed race people, they have some sort of conflict or confusion.
Yeah.
I could gather what you're saying. Now, is that because of the society? So for instance, if they grew up in a society where the concept of race didn't exist, so it was nothing to do with race, it was to do with maybe tribal families. So you had a different tribe and that was it. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if you look at little children, they don't notice race at all. Have you noticed that? When they're 3, they're 4, they're 5, yeah, unless you tell them, they notice things like hair. Do you see what I mean? And one of the last things it seems that they notice is complexion.
No, I saw experiments with dolls and all this stuff where whites prefer white dolls, Chinese prefer Chinese dolls and all this stuff. So,
but
it's
is that for any other deeper reason than kind of a basic childlike narcissism? Is there anything deep there, or?
Yeah, I think it's clear. If you look at nature, this is how nature works. The reason, if we just look at nature, everyone, every animal prefers to be with their own, right? Because the goal is to give your DNA to live forever. This is the concept. And
what animals are you talking about? Sorry, give an example of the animals.
Yeah, every animal has their niche in nature, and they're protecting it against others. So you have the cats, for example. You have the lions. You have the
Exactly.
yeah.
Let me just, if you think about cats, we have ginger cats, we have black cats, black and white cats, tabby cats, all kind of different cats. And I notice cats don't seem to care what color fur the other one has. Do you get what I'm saying? I've seen cats roll up on other cats, especially in the Caribbean. They seem to do it a bit more open, and they really don't give two hell what color the female is. So
yeah, they are. If you look at so these cats or dog breeds are manufactured by man, by humans. And if you look at nature, the natural process of things, if you compare the lions with the who's the fastest cat around there? Yeah, exactly. They could. I think they can reproduce children, right? But they decide to stay away from each other, even fight each other for territory and all this stuff. So this is natural.
They're different animals, though. This is what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, the cheetah and the lion are so different.
Oh, if I saw, look, this was probably 1.5 years ago, and there was a German guy who have the look at, so most people don't, they always go with blood types or something, right? R1B, R1BR, and all this stuff. This is just a fraction of what race is. The best method to compare how close genetically you are to another group is look at SMP scores. This is nuclear proteins, where you can, this is also what they do when they do the 23andMe test, is these SNP. If you Google SNPs for Europeans, you can see how closely genetically related are Germans with Italians, Germans with Africans, and all this stuff. And if you compare that to different animals, which we would classify as races or breeds of different animals, the comparison are between humans, between subhumans or subraces are in many ways greater between animals, between humans than animals even. So this is a wrong statement. In the animal world, if you look at birds and all this stuff, they are closer genetically related than humans.
But this is what I'm saying. If you look at, when you mentioned nature, right? Now here's the problem. Obviously, you're coming from a European perspective where you possibly, from what I've heard you say, that you would think that Europeans are possibly superior to others. Now, the issue is you're not living in the jungle.
Where have I said that we are superior? I never said that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No, from what it is, I'll be honest, it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm trying to distinguish you from several others that have been speaking. So if I'm incorrect in that, that's not a problem. But you would at least agree that you wouldn't like to be living in the jungle in the bush, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Go on.
So you do like living with technology and civilization, yes?
Yes.
Exactly. So what comes along with that is the fact that because humans have been interacting for so long, this is why we all have benefited from the various technological, cultural advancements. Because if you look at each group, when they stayed by themselves, they didn't get very far.
Come on.
Okay, so tell me one that you know got very far just by itself. It didn't mix with no one else and it just got very far. Name one.
So if you look at the process the Germans have made, where they were ethnically very homogeneous, it was far greater than the process we have with multiculturalism. The ethnically homogeneous countries have made greater success.
Stop. Listen, I'm talking about ancient times, because listen, the context is nature. So I'm talking about, thousands of years till, let's say, 500 years ago. So let's start with 4000 BC or 2000 BC up till 1500s. Show me any civilization that was, big and advanced, which didn't have interactions majorly with other cultures and communities.
Yeah, look, you can have interactions with each other, but you have the internet, for God's sakes. You can communicate with other people. That doesn't mean that you have to bring in millions of them to our countries.
Hold on. This is the third time I'm putting this simple question to you. Listen to what I said. I don't know why you're going everywhere else. I'm making, this is one point for me to go to another point. Okay. You gave an example of animals in the jungle, okay, in nature. But you yourself do not want to live like the animals in nature, nor like humans that live in nature, right? So I'm saying what comes along with you not want to live like that is the interaction with humans, okay? This race mixing thing, it's part and parcel of it. Now, obviously, you're saying well, you don't want to have the race mixing, but you want to have the benefit of the technology and cultural advancements, etc. That's what you want. Yes?
Look, animals are interacting with other animals in nature too, adapting to what they see as a threat. If lions wouldn't see the hyenas as a threat and learn from how they are structuring their way of getting more power, the lions wouldn't adapt other strategies to make them more powerful. So they are interacting also with each other.
Are you really trying to compare the adaptation spectrum of a lion to human advancement? Is that what you're really trying to do?
No, I'm just saying that humans are the only.
So let's stick with what.
Let me tell you one other thing. I greatly admire technological advantages, but I also want to go back more into nature, of course, because if you deny logos, the natural world, and you think that you can get away from nature, like say you have these transgenders right now who think that you can be whatever you want. This will have consequences. If you use the technology against human nature, it will have consequences. So even though I want to go to the stars, I also want my people, for example, having programs to reconnect with nature, and putting them out of the technological world, so they still have a feeling of nature. I want to have people, you know what I'm saying here. It's important that they know. We take all these technological benefits for granted, but we don't see how we are so how do you say it? We can't live without technology, and this is a big threat too. So I want to have programs that people understand that, and when technology breaks for some attack, for example, some other countries attacking our virus installed, so all the technology breaks down, right? People still need the less, how do you say it? Sorry, I'm tired too. So basically what I'm saying is, no, just ask me another question. It's too complicated for me to discuss this.
That's fine. Yeah. So,
if you want, lads, it's getting late anyway, and yeah, I think it's sort of maybe exhausted the topic, but big up to Elrondur and big up to the Black Tellect. For those who didn't see the stream earlier on Jupiter's, check it out. And I guess we'll probably be on Velis tomorrow in the daytime anyway, so we'll link up again, no doubt. Black Tellect, Elrondur, maybe you should check out Veli Vision streams in the daytime if you've got some time.
Can you put me the link in the chat? Maybe?
Yeah. Let me drop it out. Yeah, that's kind of where a lot of these discussions kind of continue in the daytime. So yeah, maybe you can put across your. I'm not going to say it's an atheist panel. It's an open-minded panel, but you're going to have to come with some evidence if you're going to make any religious, spiritual claims, any supernatural claims. Require evidence. So yeah, it's not it's not as welcoming as some panels might be for people with theistic positions, but nevertheless. All right, big up to the chat. Big up to the panel. I'm gonna lock off, and yeah, we'll see you again tomorrow.